welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the Sparkling Tuna Cup, week number 81, your weekly dose of Open StarCraft here on the CranKy Ducklings. I'm a host, Live VIP, and with me I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in the chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome, welcome, one and all. Oh my god, as we are jumping right into our first series of the night. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys wish to have a look at the back of yourselves. The bracket is live, the bracket is stacked, and we are jumping into our first series. Here we go, as spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the Italian Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Bing Bong Exports. It is Azura. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Orange Zerg player from the land of Sweden, representing clan, or representing team GDA. It is Davlatos. Here we go. Oh, and if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we are jumping in. We'll be going over the bracket after this series. Don't you worry, we will get there. But again, the bracket is stacked, and we will once again be going over those matches after this best of 3. Let's go. As we are locked into the round of 32. Yo, speaking of, shout out to the Tuna, of course, as always. Shout out to the Tuna. Again, thank you so much to all the patrons that we have in the chat as well. God, thank you so much. It's thanks to all the support that we get on Patreon that we're able to host and fund this event on a regular weekly basis. Likewise, we are so close to reaching our next goal to boost the prize pool. Currently, this tournament is very top heavy. Very top heavy. Currently, only top 2 do earn any prize money alongside the random raffle, of course. But we are so close to top 4. Top 4 getting paid out as well. Thank you to all those supporters. Otherwise, we're going to be settling in. So far, going to be a hatch and gas pool. Standard opener here out of our Zerg player. Likewise, Azura across the map going for his own gate expand. It does Cybercore. Standard openers all around. Azura opts not to go for the wall though. So the opener, the build is standard, but the setup is not. A little bit concerning is what I will say. A little bit concerning that the wall is wide open. This does mean that a rush and aggression can be very, very effective here from the side of Davlatos, and he will spot the wide open natural. Does spot, does confirm. And we'll see if that does trigger response out of our Zerg player. Now, shout out to Davlatos. Davlatos, he is more of an amateur player, more so than Azura. Azura, of course, he is a lot more of a pro, or at least I would say a semi-pro. Does compete quite regularly, was on Alpha X for a long time. Nowadays on Bing Bong Exports, of course. And oh my god, what's happening? As we are going for a gate expanded Cybercore into Forge? Question mark. What is the plan here? Where are we going? Where are you taking us? Where are you taking us, Pappy? Let him cook, Pappy. Let him cook. I'm ready. Sentry follow-up? Okay. I'm ready. I'm excited. I'm a little bit anxious as well as to what Azura is cooking up. Setting up here on the low ground. Is going to set up his SimCity here eventually. Delayed, of course, but is on the way. No shield. Like, this is so risky. Lings dip in, and there's not really too much to threaten, but again, like, Azura is very vulnerable to aggression. Sentry under fire, Stalker does pop out, and with the help of the Stalker, the Sentry should survive. Oh, it's going to be pinned down though. Force the force field. Does survive. And we have more Lings on the way. Again, I would not be opposed to a Ling Flood, but as I say that, the wall is looking solid. We're getting there, and the Stalker is getting in position. Yeah, Stalker now in position. Boys being pulled. Couple of workers are exposed. Ling speed does complete. Lings are flooding across the map. But Warp Gate is about to finish. Warp Gate is about to complete. And there is a force field. Yeah, there's a force field available. Dave, he will dip in. Behind this, droning up. He will poke at the wall. But so far, Azura holds. Azura, he is going to wall off. And again, there is potential. There was potential for like, all-in and aggression, but Davlatos, he's droning up. So Azura, he is now safe and sound. He's gone away with a very crazy build, and now we're turning this into a 2-base all-in. So 2-base all-in out of Azura. Azura by now should have an expansion, but he has no base, he has no Stargate either. He's rushing to +1. +1 is finishing up real fast and real quick, and should soon be pushing. We're waiting for the Robo, I would imagine, for a War Prism to reinforce across the map. Twilight Council is now done. Waiting for that Robo. Ling poking out. Extra gateways on the way. Yeah, again, just confirming that this is a 2-base all-in. So straight up 2-base all-in here from Azura. getting up to a so far a 5-gate setup, sorry, a 6-gate setup, so 6-gate 2 base. And we're waiting for, yep, that Prism. Prism is on the way. And with the arrival of this Warp Prism, we can commit across the map, we can reinforce, we have defensive blink essentially with that Warp Prism. Extra gateways being thrown down. Did I say a 2-base 6-gate all-in? It's turning into a 2-base 8-gate all-in. And, they're getting up to 9. Never mind, we're still building up. Oh no, sorry, still 8. Still 8 gates, as that is a Templar Archives towards the end. I believe this is lined up in such a way where you can morph in Archons by the time the Prism gets across the map. So we should be able to warp in around 2 or so Archons. So we are moving out. This expansion is catching me off guard. Again, there's just such a massive gateway set up here that a 3rd base doesn't make as much sense, but we'll see if it ever gets saturated, because we should be moving out soon. Charge is so delayed. I'll be honest, like this is a Frankenstein of a build. I'll be honest, like because of the fast like upgrades, we're gonna hit a +2 timing, which is crazy. But charge is still incredibly delayed. The Prism is moving out, that is true, but we're not really committing as hard as we should. Just dipping into the main. Okay, Azura, you have my attention. Let him play it out. Let him play it out. Throughout all this, we've been focusing a little on our Protoss player. I'm from the side of our Zerg. Saturation is lackluster. To be honest, saturation is very lackluster here. We're on 2-base saturation. We overmade Lings early on because of the early Ling and Roach production that has eaten into our economies, and as a result, Dave Little he is falling behind. He's falling behind here. Again, just invested too heavily too early on, and that means his economy is behind. And now here comes the push. Let's go. And it is actually hitting in time with +2 and with charge. It's actually lined up. Okay. I didn't have faith. I didn't believe, but no. +2 and charge actually lined up perfectly. And here comes the all-in. And there's not much to defend. There's not much here for Dave Latos. As reinforcements have arrived. Again, we can soon warp in 8 Zealots at a time. There's our first 4. There's our 2 for 6. And the base will fall. Yeah, the base will crumble. Dave Latos trying to move forward. Alas, Azura will be able to collapse in. Force fields down the army, locks it down. There's no Ravagers, there's no way to break the force fields. And with that, Azura, he's snowballing out of control. GG gets called, as that was a meat grinder, and Azura will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played, Azura. He will claim the first game. Again, Dave Latos, unfortunate supply block at the wrong moment as well. But in general, I don't blame Dave Latos because it was a very unusual build. It was a very unorthodox one. It all did line up, though, for Azura. The 3rd base may have thrown Dave Latos off. It may have thrown him off here, thinking that maybe he was going to macro, that maybe he had more time. But again, the 3rd base never came into play. Again, the 3rd base was just for show. It was just for show. It was a 2-base all-in from Azura. He did commit, hit with a very crisp timing with that +2, of course. Did snowball from there. GG. GG, well played. Unfortunately, Dave Latos, again, he kind of stumbled his way into that mid-game and was vulnerable. We'll see if he can recover. We'll see if he can bounce back coming into game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. As we are jumping into that 3rd, or into that 2nd game. We're cooking. What is that? Why is there pizza? You're making me hungry, Papi. Oh my god. Here we go. Jumping into that 2nd game. And we'll see if Ome Dave Latos here can get a fast one over on Azura. I want to believe. Do you want to believe? We'll see what builds our players go for. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have our Italian Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Bing Bong Exports, BBE. It is Azura. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Swedish Zerg player, the Orange Zerg, representing Team GDA. It is Dave Latos. We go. As this time, much more of a standard setup, Azura is walling up. As a reminder, this is something that we didn't quite see last game, which I was really scared of. Like, I assumed that that Azura could be punished for his greed, but this time, much more standard here, going for the gateway, into expansion, into cybercore, walling up early on. Yo, shout out to the Tuna. God, they're so close to each other. The Tunas. Beautiful. Beautiful. Azura, he moves out with the Probe Scouts. Again, setting up for his expansion. And Dave Little, so far, just going hatch into gas, into spawning pool. Should be a standard setup here from our Zerg player. Yeah, is getting there. So hatch, pool, gas. Slight variation, but overall, standard build. We're getting there. And we'll see if Azura has another wild build up his sleeve. We'll see if he does have something crazy. Again, that was already a crazy build in the last game. Going for that +2 charge, 2 base all in. And, we'll see what he goes for this time. Cheer up. Cheer down. Cheer to the left. Don't get lost, man. You don't get lost. Be careful. Be careful. Don't take a wrong turn. No. Take us all the way. So now. But now we are just going to be saturating. And nothing too crazy yet. My eyes are mainly going to be on Azura based on the last game. Again, my eyes are on any kind of quirky builds, but so far everything's looking normal. Again, wall off on the low ground, Stargate follow-up, everything is looking as it should. So standard build so far. This should lead into an Oracle opener into a third base. We'll see if Azura does mix it up a little bit and go for a Void Ray first. That is also viable. But outside of game one, here we're looking much more normal, much more standard. It's like he's gotten it out of his system, you know. He had these primal urges that he had to get rid of. He was an animal. Now we're back to basics. As Yolo does dip in, you have the Oracle opener. As it is mentioned, oh, never mind, gonna be switching it up, cancels the Oracle, does start the Void Ray, and the goal here is to hunt down the Overlord. Now, when it comes to a Void Ray opener, you can hide builds, you can hide tech, you can use this to hunt down Overlords, and to keep the Zerg player in the dark. From here, you can go do something crazy, go for a Fleet Beacon, into a second Stargate, into Sky Toss, into Tempest, into Carrier. You can go for an early Twilight Council, go for early Glaives. There are some cheeky builds you can hide with this, or you can do something crazier and play normal, play standard. You can go Void Ray opener into an Oracle, into your third base, into Saturation, into +1 and Blink, and a standard game state. Oh, there it is though. That is a Twilight Council before the third. Bear that in mind. So very early tech here from Azura is going to be much more aggressive as a result. This could be one of two things. This could be either really fast Glaives for a Glaive Adept follow-up after third base, or this could be early Blink to go for potentially a 3-base 8-gate Blink all-in. So we'll keep an eye on what upgrade is going to be prioritized. We have options. Azura does have options. Back at home, we do see Dave. He is joining up, saturating his bases. Oh, it is going to be an early lair. That is a 420 lair timing from Dave Latos. This might just be for a commitment into Roaches. And meanwhile, ooh, that my mistake. We are going for charge, not Glaives or Blink. Early charge. This should be an early charge timing. I would imagine this is going to hit with Archons. We're throwing down gateways, that is true, but we have extra gases. If this was just a pure charge all in, we would not need these gases whatsoever. So I imagine we're going to be seeing a Templar Archives alongside this to reinforce with a handful of Archons as well, as we have that gateway explosion. So it is going to be a very aggressive build here from Azura. He's still building up. And again, this is a rare sight as well. You don't often see charge as a follow-up. So again, I appreciate that we're being more creative here. I appreciate it, Azura. Oracle dips in, confirms saturation. Again, saturation is late. Dave Latos does make a couple of safety roaches, a couple of safety units here, which again does slow down his overall economy. Lair is done. And again, it was an earlier lair. And, oh, it's to go into Hydras. Now, right here against Charge Lots, against Immortals, against Archons, against the army that's building up, we do need an abundance of Roach Ravager to help defend, help survive. It is going to hit like a truck here. Now, once again, we do see Azura, he throws down a much later Forge. So he is building up towards a later timing, But before that, charge is already done, so he's moving out. He's already sending it across the map, and unfortunately, I didn't see an Overlord. I mean, there wouldn't be because of the Void Ray, right? The Void Ray did hunt down the Overlords. This is catching David Huss off guard. David Huss, he has been droning up, and he's not ready for this. He's not ready. He has 3 roaches. Rushing in position. Zelts, they could commit. He could just go for it, but he doesn't. Oh, Azura, he does pull away. There was, honestly, he could have overwhelmed this army. The 3 roaches, these queens would not have been enough. But Azura, he plays it safe. He just pokes in. He scares David Huss. He's like, ah. They just backs off. Okay. Mate, they're just on a run. You know, they're fine. They're chilling. They're Chilean, papi. Don't worry about it. They're doing laps. Never mind. As they will threaten the expansion, and the base is going to be denied. Ooh, there's a cancel. Again, Azura's being very, very careful with this and very conservative with his army. Now, on the one hand, he's missing out on damage. That is true. That is true. He's missing out on damage. You're not wrong. But on the other hand, he's at least preserving the Zealots. The Zealots, they're still alive. They have not been thrown away. And this means that he is ready for what comes next. And what is next? We did mention it earlier. Archons. But Storm also on the way. +1. Immortal production. He's building up towards a greater push. Towards a greater timing. I would say that he got here inefficiently. Because of the early Twilight Council and the early charge, I would say that not enough was done with charge to justify it. So we could have gone for an earlier forge, for example, earlier +1. This could have been an earlier +2 timing if he had gone for a faster 3rd base as well. Like, there's definitely ways that we could have refined this, but a lot of it, I would say, comes down to the fact that he didn't really get much done with the Zelts early on. I canceled the 5th base, to be fair, but regardless, army moves out, and yo, Azura, he's ready. He's ready. He has a robust army. He's got 2 Archons and Immortal. He's got 4 High Templar, each with 1 Storm. Cashes out all the Queens. The Queens, they go down in an instant. And Azura is going for the kill. Behind this, we have some Roach Hydra massing up. 11 more Roaches on the way. But here come the Storms. And Storms, they turn back the army. The expansion is going to go down. And here, David Huss, he just doesn't have enough. He just doesn't have enough here to contest against this army. Roaches are being denied. And now he has a comparable Roach force, but it is supply blocked. Overlords are going down, and here comes Azura. He's pushing right down mid, in between the bases, towards that 3rd. Towards the natural, Roach Horn's exposed. Storm will connect. He dives over the High Templar. Does dive in. Oh, got the Storm. Oh, the Storms, they connect, and Roaches, they melt. GG gets called. The army crumbles, and Azura will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the next round. GG. GG, well played, Azura. He will claim the series, will advance on into the next round. My condolences to David Huss, but a shout out as well for competing here in tonight's tournament. David Huss, he's a very active player, and does very often compete in our tournaments, even in our amateur events as well. So big shout out to David Huss for competing here. Shout out to Azura for some quirky builds. Again, this I would say game 2 was the closest to a standard game, but even then it was only the opener that was standard, the early charge less so. Or the charge follow-up less so. So really cool to see some more diverse builds here by Azura. GG, well played. GG, well played. That will lead us here into our next game, into our next setup. As we have some updates in the bracket. Let's go. Exclamation mark, be in the chat if you guys want to have a look back yourselves. Oh, my apologies, I will sort the out of game logo. Let's switch our scenes over and catch up on the bracket. Here we go. Okay, from the top. Actually, let's zoom in a little bit. Let us zoom in a little bit. Here we go. We have our first round wrapping up here. We have Captain Fish. Captain Fish does take... Oh, God. I'm not given any time to catch... Videos are done, papi. Videos are done. Oh. Oh, wow. We'll catch up next time. Jesus. Our players have no chill. Oh, my God. But in the first round, Captain Fish takes down Vault Warrior, going against Beyond in the next round. We have Rebellion. Rebellion takes down Homeowner 2-0. Big win there for Rebellion. Is waiting for the winner of Beyond and Captain Fish. We have Ateshi. Ateshi takes down Roman in the first round, going up against Christiana. We have Shameless. Shameless going up against the winner of Perman Gemini. Best of luck as they do face off in the first round. Skills waiting for the winner of Zertanus and Matt. Art takes down Tiger. Realm goes up against Hacker is top. And we do have our next series here and now, our TVP. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the Italian Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Bing Bong Exports. It is Azura. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the red Terran player for the Platinum Heroes. It is Nicorette. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we are getting ready here for our next series, for our fresh best of 3 here in the round of 16. Here we go. Whew. Here we go. Catch you in the chat. Not sure we're going to see your ability to give me all in. You had a nice defense to the 4 gate, but it must have been. Oh, it's catching up in the chat. I mean, builds are important. I saw someone mentioning otherwise. Yeah, they are. Here we go. We are going to be settling in. And so far, standard openers here. We do have Nicorette going for double gas. My apologies. Double gas opener out of our Terran player. Double gas into a faster factory. So more tech heavy opener out of Nicorette. Meanwhile, Azura across the map going for its own gate cyber expand. So standard opener out of Azura. Meanwhile, we have a more tech heavy opener out of Nicorette. When it comes to our predictions, best of luck in the chat. You have a minute to place your bets. And again, Nicorette, he is going to be coming in as the favored player. But I will say that the skill gap between these two is a lot smaller. It is a lot closer between Nicorette and Azura. And I want to believe that Azura can whip out something crazy here against Nicorette as well. Let's go. Let us see what the pressure is on. As we have Nicorette setting up, going for the CC on the high ground. Very safe play out of Nicorette. Make sure he's secure against a proxy. As Reaper dips in, does pull back. Just poking, just prodding, keeping an eye on the tech of choice. And we'll see what Azura does go for. Likewise, moves out across the map with that hallucination. Getting a scatter. Back at home with that double gas opener. What are we going for? We're going for Reacted Reaper. Reacted Reaper into Hellion. Building up his early forces. Does build up. We have our tech of choice, going to be that Twilight Council opener into Blink. So Blink based opener out of Azura. Nicorette from here getting to his 1-1-1. From here we can go into an early tech lab, into Banshee play, into Cyclones, into early tank production. We'll see where he leads us. For the time being, though, the goal is to bust into a mineral line and to get economic damage. Let's see if we can get in. Does fully wall up. Does wall up in time. Sentry going to be targeted down. Nice pickup. Sentry does fall. And the Stalker is taking a lot of damage, taking a lot of hits. We'll trade out with a Hellion. So brings down a Hellion, brings down one of the Reapers as well. Boys are being pulled. Just one Reaper, one Hellion left. Ooh, does get 2 probes though. Oh my god, gets a third. A third, a fourth, a 5th worker as well. Ay, ay, ay. Reaper is going to be shut down, but that's going to be 4 probe kills. 4 worker kills a Cyclone. 4 worker kills a Sentry and a Stalker. So nice damage there by Nicorette. That is worth it. He pulls away. Behind this is not going for the tech lab on the starport, is going for a Liberator first. So he is going for Lib Harass. Pulls away. Wouldn't mind dropping into the main base. Again, he's not stopping, not slowing down. Trying to keep that momentum going. And back in the main base, we're not quite set up. The Stalkers are here at the natural, not ready in the main. Is going for it. Does go for the boost. So far, do we react in time? Oh, he pulls away. does pull away in time. So far, only 2 probe kills. But what's important here, Azura, because he was out of position, he does not punish that medevac. Does survive. Oh no! And hopefully goes back to mining. There we go. Does go back. But Nick can always dive in for another wave, for another drop. Likewise, now it's going to be Liberator alongside it. Coming in with multi-prong aggression. Drop distracts, dragging Azura towards that natural. And here comes the Lib. Liberator's on the way. Behind this, tank production has begun. Liberator does siege up. Wouldn't mind drop into that natural. Does unload. Oh, does pull away, but maybe too late. Yeah, some brutal connections here. Workers are going down. Liberator trading with the Stalkers. It gets one. Really not the other. But in total, that's going to be how many? 14 probe kills. Ay, ay, ay. Azura just getting torn apart. He's trying to keep up, but these are losses. They're too heavy. Too heavy here. Almost losing an entire mineral line. And back at home, Nickrat, he's building up towards that next step. Tank army, bio as well. Still no add-ons, as we're going for the add-on swap into Stim. But he is massing up his army, getting ready for his push. Comes in once again. This time is shut down. Ooh, this time Azura, he's ready for it. Cleans up the Widow Mine. Does defend. Stuck on 2 bases, working towards his own disruptors. Wait, okay. Surprising to me here. Typically the go-to is Colossus, but we're going Disruptor first. Bold move, Azura. Bold move. I mean, high risk, high reward. This is not safe. This is not consistent, but has potential to get damage done. Okay, Babby. Okay. You have my attention. Let's go. Disruptor first. He's making a second Disruptor as well. Meanwhile, Nickrat, he's looking for the Observer. There is none. No Observer yet here from Azura. He's parked outside the base to stop any kind of drop play, any kind of move out. Taking his third. Now, what I will say is that this third base is late. Because of all the aggression, because of all the harassment and all the economic damage, this third base is delayed for Azura, which is going to be a concern. Likewise, Disruptors, they're very hit and miss in more ways than one. First Disruptor rallies across the map. He's crazy. He's rallied across the map, mate. Oh my god. These Disruptors are going to be very unsafe and very vulnerable. Let me just say that. Ay, ay, ay. Now, if he can catch Nickrat with his pants down, Nickrat, he does not know it's Disruptor first. He does not know a second Disruptor is also on the way as well. Here comes the Unsiege. Stim is about to finish. With the completion of Stim, Nickrat, he will move out. And we need that Nova to connect. Army gets spotted. Oh, Nova goes off. Nova does go off. Teasing connection, gets 3 Marines. And it's okay. Likewise, we do see the Stalkers kiting back, picks off another Marine. Pulls away, and so far, yes, he needs to slow this down. Does need to slow this down. Another Disruptor does move out. And we need some juicy connections here for Azura. Third base being taken. Nickrat, he does skirt around the edge of the map, headed towards that third. First Colossus has arrived. Disruptor's ready. Nickrat wedging himself in between the bases, in between the armies. It does them in. There's that first Nova. Doesn't connect. Second Nova is available. Cells a charge forward, but the tank volleys are brutal. Oh my god, the Colossus goes down. Yeah, and Azura, he cannot keep up. Not against this. Nova connects, takes out 1 Marine. That is not good enough. And again, this could have been 2, maybe even 3 Colossus. But he made the Disruptors, and it wasn't worth it. With that, the Gateway Army crumbles, and Nickrat, he doesn't. He breaks through, takes down the expansion, and he can just keep going from here. Salsa trickling in. The Sim City is working against him. Oh my god, massive Nova! Nova connects, but it's too late. It's too little too late. The base falls. Oh my god, kills the Disruptor as well. And Nickrat can just rally. He can just rally across the map. He has broken the back of Azura. He's down to 2 Disruptors and a Dream. Ah, no. Even with the Novas connecting, the damage has already been done. It's already been done here. He's falling further behind. Azura, he took a chance. He took the risk. Double drop into the main. Nickrat stepping forward. GG gets called, and Nickrat, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Nickrat, he does take a lead in the series. Does take a lead, and now we are getting into our next game. And again, a very intense game there out of Nickrat. From the beginning, it was Reactor Reaper Hellion into the drop, into Liberator, into the push as well. Azura, he had very little time to breathe, very little time to react, to respond. And he took some chances as a result. And I don't blame him, considering that Azura was behind, he did have to bring it back in some way. And how is that with those disruptors? Again, there's a world out there where if he was able to connect, if he was able to get some juicy connections on the main army, then suddenly we might have a game. Suddenly we have a back and forth. He survives the push, he survives the aggression. Nickrat, he pulls back, he builds up instead, he gives his opponent some more breathing room. We could have seen a different game state if we had seen better connections. That's kind of what it came down to there. That was really the only thing giving Azura any hope in that game was those disruptors. Alas, with them not getting the connections he was hoping for, that was game then and there. And that leads us into game number 2. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of King's Cove, we have our Italian Protoss player, the Blue Protoss. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match representing Bing Bong Exports. It is Azura. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Terran player, the red Terran representing the Platinum Heroes, leading the series 1-0. It is Nickrat. Here we go. Here we go, as we are going to be settling in to a much larger map. Welcome one and all to King's Cove. King's Cove is one of the larger maps in the map pool. I do apologize, someone did notice it earlier, but I do apologize for not having the Observer mod in Game 1, but it is here in Game 2. Again, the players, they just did their vetoes and got into their first game real fast and real quick, but now they are set up here, which means we will have certain indicators like worker kill counts, upgrades as well. It will be a little bit more pleasant to the eyes. We'll have that for Game 2. It's okay. We could count in the last game. We could count. It's fine. It's fine. We're able to keep up regardless. Behind this economic opener. And again, this makes sense. This time, single gas means a Rax into CC on the low ground, so an economic start out of Nickrat, as opposed to the more aggressive start that we saw last game. And the reason for this is the map itself. As we were kind of alluding to and leading into coming into game number 2, King's Cove is a very large map, long rush distance by ground, very defendable at your natural, very defendable third base as well. The reason why I call these bases more defendable is because unlike the previous map, we have a ramp. We have a ramp coming into the expansion. This is not the case on Whispers of Gold. Likewise, we have a ramp coming into the third base, also not the case on Whispers of Gold either. So much more defendable. There are certain aspects of the map that do favor a defensive player that allow them to get into their 3 bases a little more comfortably and then to get into the mid game. Likewise, just large map in general. So this does make sense that Nickrat would go for a more economic start. Likewise, Azura should have a much more comfortable start coming into King's Cove as well. The maps do actually impact the game quite a bit when it comes to openers, when it comes to greed, when it comes to aggression. Players usually adjust depending on the map itself. And it is going to be another Twilight Council opener. Nickrat does confirm. So nice scout from our Terran. He does get eyes on the tech. He is aware. Nickrat, he is aware of the tech. I was going to say that here in King's Cove, something like a Stargate opener is more viable. That is true. It is more viable in King's Cove. But Azura, he doesn't take the bait. Doesn't go for it. Commits to standard blink-based play instead. You see Nickrat rotating around. Now, Nickrat's goal here is to confirm how many gates. Are we going to open up 2 gate blink, 3 gate blink, or 4 gate blink stalker? He's trying to get a read on how greedy or how aggressive Azura is being. Back behind this, 1-1-1. Again, because it was a delayed second gas, there's no faster factory, there's no like Hellion Reaper aggression that we saw last game. This time it's much more passive in the early game. Much more passive instead. And we are getting ready for some drop play. So Medevac is on the way, we have Marines, we have some Hellions. Nickrat, he will eventually be active. You can see him scouting around the map, looking for any proxies. Again, the map is very large, so there's a lot of locations for a proxy Stargate or proxy gateway. He is searching, making sure he's safe and sound. Likewise, he has time to scout as well. And here comes the drop. Marines are ready to load up. Adept does threaten the shade. Ooh, the wall does not lift. And Adept does get in. We get a full scout. We confirm the 1-1-1. We are aware there's no buy heavy style. SCVs are under threat. And we do deny mining time. So good damage dealt here by Azura. And Nikrat, he's that much more committed. As it's getting quite a bit of damage done. Getting an SCV, denying mining time, getting a second SCV as well. This is building up. And here comes Nikrat dropping into the main base and ready for a Hellion dive into the natural. Stalkers are in position. Marines moving in. That's going to be 4 SCVs go down. That's a lot of damage for one Adept. And here comes that drop. Azura, he does respond. And Azura is being dragged out of position. The Hellions are diving in. They're diving to the mineral line. Probes are going down. And Hellions up. Oh my god, workers, they line up. 5 probes do fall. Already good damage, and we're not done. Still not done. Focusing down the Stalkers. Getting 1 Stalker. Almost a second. Yeah, mining is being denied, getting a 6th probe. 6 worker kills, and from here, Nikrak is going to be forced out. He's going to be forced back. Nikrak still trading though, getting another Stalker. He gets 1 more. Up. Just the one. Just the 1 more. Hellions, they go back into the mineral line. Once again, workers line up. 3 Hellions, they one-shot probes. Oh my god. They one-shot. Not 2 of them 2-shot. Gets another volley up. 13 probes. Ay, ay, ay. 13 workers going down. That is insane damage. And for what? For 1 medevac, a handful of Hellions, a handful of Marines, a very efficient trade here from Nikrat, but also a very necessary trade. Remember, he lost 4 SCVs. He lost 4 SCVs in the lead up to that, so he had to deal some damage. So far, that was worth it, bearing in mind Hellions do not scale well, and he's doing it again. Disruptor first. Mate, he's crazy. Azura, calm down. I mean, he did take a lot of damage, so he has to do something crazy again. We're in a very similar game state. His 3rd base is on the way. But he needs to recover, and Disruptors, their way of doing it. True. Our way of doing it here. As he's parked outside the bases. Back at home, 3rd TC's on the way for Nikrat.
Add-on complete.
It's on the way. Observer will confirm. He gets eyes on the CC. On the tank. And Azura's goal here is to try to catch the army as it moves out. While he expands. We go. So we are building up. Never's gonna be moving out. Up! No! He doesn't notice! Oh my god, Disruptor gets caught out and it's gonna go down as well. Ay, 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 Azura! Not like this. Disruptor gonna be going down for free. Meanwhile, Stalkers, they dive into the main. Disruptor does fall. There was potential. I was I was waiting to see who would react, who would blink first. Oh no. Disruptor does fall. Azura is gonna be pinned down and blinks away. And we get a handful of SCVs. But that was a brutal loss for Azura. Not like this. We'll attempt to blink away. The pressure is on. And it's time to move out. It's time to counterattack as we just rally everything across the map. Nikrat, he knows he has momentum. He knows that now his opponent is down a Disruptor. There should be a Disruptor to slow him down, but it's not there. Not anymore. And what is it to defend? There's 1 Colossus. There's 1 Colossus, a handful of Zealots, a couple of Stalkers. They get caught out as well. And Nikrat, he is not slowing down. Now, the rush distance by ground is long. That is true. It's a long rush distance by ground. But despite that, it's still a terrifying army. Scans at a time. He does spot those 2 Colossus. So far as I'll say, ban out the mine shots. Army sims in, takes down the Stalkers. There's not enough buffer, not enough support. Ooh, and he's going for the dive. Oh, bleeds out a lot of his fire, though. Oh my god. The other Marines and Marauders, they get roasted. And Azura, he's going to hold. Oh no! Oh my god. He will barely hold on. He wants the Colossus. He wants it. He wants him. Can he get him? He can. 1 Marauder, that's all it takes. Snipes the Colossus. And the army does fall. The army does crumble, but he killed both. He reset the army. Nikrat, he reset the army. He's rallying across the map. He knows how close he is to breaking Azura. Again, Colossus, they're fragile. They made a paper, pappy. They need supports. They just topple over on their own. And Nikrat, again, reinforcements, they take a long time. They take a long time here on this map. So Azura, he has some time to breathe. Drop does come in, though. Not too much to work with. Ooh. Takes down the Zealots. Yeah, the Colossus has arrived. Azura, he should defend. At the same time, 2 units, they waddle into the mineral line. And hey, they get some damage done. They get 2 more probes. They do get 2 more workers. But Azura, he lives. And again, if we were on a smaller map, if we were on El Dorado or Ley Lines or Whispers of Gold, this store base would be dead. 100%. Like, Nickrat, he'd be able to just reinforce from across the map. But again, he's stuck at her. Like, it just takes too long. So Azura, he can stabilize, or he can attempt to stabilize. And he's not quite there yet. But he's still in this game. The first things first, Azura, he needs a 4th. He needs a 4th expansion. Currently, we're even on bases. Nickrat is ahead. He's ahead in workers. He has mules, and he's getting a 4th base as well. With that greater economy comes a larger army as well. As Nickrat, he's up 50 supply. The only thing keeping Azura in this game is the map itself that's been working against Nickrat. But despite that, again, he's still pushing. And it's going to be a tough hold for Azura. Here we go. So that first Nova goes off. It does zone away, but it doesn't connect. And here comes a stim. And Nickrat from here, he stims. And he wins. He knocks down the 4th. Pushes up the red. There's 1 Nova left. Nova goes up. Decent connection. But just the 1 Nova. Just the 1 Nova here. Vikings, they move forward. And Marauders, they step in. Yeah, they break the defensive line. They get on top of the Colossus once again for a 2nd time. And once again, they will reset the Colossus count. And this time, he has enough to keep going. This time, he still has a standing army. Takes down the reinforcements, the Stalkers, the Zealots, the Vikings, they land. They can still trade well. Dropping into the main. Avoiding those Zealots. Azura, oh, he's holding on though. With those reinforcements. He's surviving. Just barely. Orders hard into the main base, catching up more probes. Going back into the mineral line. And here comes the next wave. The next wave of army. And GG gets called. Azura is broken. And Nickrat will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. We will take the series. We'll advance on into the next round. Congratulations. Congratulations. Oh. But here we go. We're jumping into our next series and we're in our next game. And here we go. We're going to be following our players into the next round. Let's go. Let us go. Exclamation mark. Well, with that, congratulations here to Nickrat. He will claim the series. Again, my condolences to Azura. He was able to hold his own for a time, but again, the aggression of Nickrat was insane. And this is what he's known for in TVP, is aggression. Is that early game, that mid game as well, where he can just pull his opponent apart. With that, GG, well played. Let's switch our scenes over and catch up on the bracket. Let's go. Let's catch up on the bracket. As we have the entirety here of the early rounds completing. We have the round of 32 already done, and now we're getting into the round of 16. There we go. Okay, we have our round of 16. And we have our quarterfinals. Now, Skillless, he's up against Matt in the first round, or in the round 16, still ongoing. Best of luck. That is going to be a PvZ. Meanwhile, Arta takes down Tiger. We have Shameless taking down Probe. Cristiano takes down Ateshi. Rebellion takes down Homono. Beyond takes down Captain Fish. And we have our quarterfinals getting ready for us. Up next is Ryung versus Nickrat in a TVT. Let's go. Beautiful, as we are going to be settling in. Vetoes are underway. And we are getting ready for our next series. Team Vitality. Okay. And when it comes to our next opponent here, Ryung, the Tuna himself, Papi. Oh my god, Ryung, he is last week's runner-up. If you were here last week, you would know that Ryung, he went up against Skillus in the grand finals. It was an intense back and forth, went all the way to the ace match, but Skillus, he barely got it over. He barely won it over. Ryung was able to bring him down and be our champion. Skillus, he did walk that royal road. Ryung, though, he's back. He's back for revenge. If they do face off, though, it would be in the semis. We can see that Skillus and Ryung this time are on the same half of the bracket. This time, instead, we have Bjorn, we have Cristiano on the opposite side instead. So we do have our players in different positions this time. So, again, we wouldn't have that potential rematch of Ryung versus Skillus in the finals. But we could potentially see some others instead. But now, though, we are getting into our next series. The vetoes are done, and we are jumping into our quarterfinals. Let's go. Series is progressing, vetoes are complete, and game 1 is going to be on ley lines. Just catching up. TBT finals? It's possible, it's possible. We'll get into it, though. We'll get into it. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of ley lines, we have the red Terran player. The red Terran representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Nickeract. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Terran player from South Korea. The Tuna Terran himself representing Team Vitality. It is Ryung. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. This could go either way. I will give the edge to Ryung. Ryung coming into this, his best matchup, his strongest matchup is TBT. If you weren't here last week, maybe you missed it. But what happened in the semifinals, Ryung, he 2-0'd Bjorn. He 2-0'd the hell out of Bjorn. He knocked him the hell out of the tournament. Bjorn could not stand a candle to Ryung, as Ryung is a TBT specialist. It's what he does best, arguably the best TBT in the world. You can argue between Ryung and Gumiho for that one. True, you could argue that. But regardless, Nickeract, likewise, also has some killer TBT. If you were watching OC King of the Hill last week, in general, you should watch the CranKy Ducklings. But if you were watching a couple of days ago, we also featured Nickeract in a TBT as well, also against Bjorn, and you also beat him. So both Ryung and Nickeract have beaten Bjorn in the past week. They both proven their TBT, of course, and now they face off against each other. Who's going to come out on top? Who's going to take it? Let's go. Let us go. As we do have an economic opener out of Nickeract going for a Rax Expand single gas. Ryung goes double gas into a faster factory. So we do have Nickeract being the defender. We have Ryung being the aggressor. So we've already deviated. We've already diversified our builds, and we are headed in different directions. Here we go. Meanwhile, Nickeract did go for the SCV Scout, which is a rare sight in TBT. Does go for the SCV Scout, does confirm that he needs to calm down and set up back at home. We can see Ryung, he did just scout for a proxy Rax, and is building up before he moves out, waiting for extra Reapers and extra Hellions. Do we do both semifinals? Yes, always. We always cast both semifinals. That is how we do here in the CranKy Ducklings. So we'll be able to catch up with some of the upper players like your Bjorns, your Cristianos, your Shamelesses. We'll be able to get into them later on in the evening, don't you worry. But now we're focusing on the lower half of the brackets. And we do have our Cyclone, not Hellion. So factory into add-on into Cyclone. Ryung is building up. Likewise, Nickeract getting to his own 1-1-1. And again, you can see Nickeract throwing down the bunker. He's being more defensive here. Like, he has to be. Does need to be more defensive. is walling up. Bearing in mind, Ryung doesn't know. Like, because of the SCV scout, Nickrat, he knows that Ryung has more damage potential, that Ryung has more aggression, so he knows that he has to be defensive. Ryung doesn't know what his opponent's up to. Doesn't know that Nickrat was more greedy, was more economic, and that the pressure right now is on Ryung to get some damage done. As Ryung is in the dark, still just building up his own cyclones. Ooh, that is a second Rex. Uh-oh. And we're building up towards a 2-1-1 timing. Basically, after the cyclone, we're going for an add-on swap. We're rushing into early stim, and we're going for the starport. Starport, reactor on the factory. Yep, there it is. Starport's on the way. This is going to be for a 16 Marine double Modak push. Now, 2-on-1s are a rare sight here in this matchup, but they're not unseen. We do see a lot of the Korean Terrans, players like Byun, players like Maru, they like to sprinkle this in. And Maru is teammates with Ryung, of course, but they do like to sprinkle in 2-on-1s into larger best-ofs, specifically best-of-5s and best-of-7s. It is risky because this does delay your tank production. Again, this factory is making add-ons. That's all it's doing. 2 cyclones into Tech Lab, into Reactor, heavily delays tank production. This 2-on-1, the sim timing needs to get damage done, otherwise Ryung will just fall behind. So it's very risky. It's a very risky way to play. Nickrat going for his own drop. He's already building up his tank count. So again, Ryung, he's going to be down in tanks, but he's going to be up when it comes to his Marines, his stim, and his medevacs. Drop comes in. Ryung, he does respond. Does keep up. Ooh, takes down the Cyclone. Cyclone goes down. Medevac does at least confirm the build. Yeah, he knows. Ooh, the medevac is going to fall. That's an expensive scout, but he does scout. He does confirm the 2-on-1, so Nickrat, he knows what's coming. He knows what's coming his way. He has to prepare. There we go. Tank in the main. Again, this setup, it's almost like a blink defense here, which is accurate. It's almost like a blink defense. Tank in the main base, tank in the natural. Army's building up. And where are those medevacs? Here they come. Ryung, he is soon to move out. Ooh, down to 13 Marines. There we go. 16. 16 Marines do move out. It's go time. Meanwhile, as Ryung moves out, he's getting a CC on location. Bearing in mind, Ryung, he knows he has map control. Nickrat instead getting a CC on the main, or in the main. And we'll see if Nickrat can survive the aggression. As a reminder, Nickrat, he has a 3-tank lead on his opponent. And there's a lot of pressure on Ryung to either reset the tank count or deal critical economic damage. He scans. He sees the tanks. 2 tanks in the main, 1 tank in the natural. Ravens are set, and he will boost into the main base. Takes off a depot. I mean, it's damage, but it is giving Nickrat time to react. Oh, he stims in. Does stim in, goes for the gas. Doesn't lose Marines. Takes a shot towards the face. Takes down both gas geysers. Oh, the repairs! Yeah, repairs are just in time. Marines, they're left alone. They're left behind. And they're going to be cleaned up. And this is not good enough. This is not enough damage for Ryung. It is damage, don't get me wrong. Does get 2 SCVs, gets a depot, gets a gas geyser. This does slow Nickrat down somewhat, but we were hoping for more damage. Ryung, he rallies across the map. He's still pushing. 3rd base on the way. Can Ryung deny the 3rd? Oh boy. Pressure is on. Gets a couple of lock-ons. Nickrat, he breaks out. Looking to expand. He has his own disables. Ryung, he stims in. Yeah, does stim forward. Takes down the 1st tank. He gets 1. He gets 2. Ooh, he gets both tanks. Massive pickoffs, and he can just keep going. Nickrat, he had such a good defense early on, but now he's going to lose everything. Yeah, the tanks are falling one after the other. GG gets called. Ryung, he breaks through, and Ryung will take game number 1. GG. Aye. Nickrat, he was looking good. He did well initially. He defended against the 2-1-1. He was secure on 2 bases. But as he took his 3rd base, he exposed himself. He was out in the open. That's exactly what Ryung wanted. And Ryung, he still pulled off that stim timing. Still did get on top of the tanks. So to break Nickrat then and there. GG. GG, well played. Whew, Ryung does take a lead. And now we are jumping into game number 2. Let's go. We're jumping into game 2. Maybe Bjorn's the problem in that case. He's on that TVT villain arc, mate. True, true. The TV, he's gonna be on that TVT villain arc until he like capitulates, and then he pulls a Clem and he starts playing Protoss against Terran. Oh no, oh no. It's gonna happen. Bjorn's gonna be the next one to fall. The next one to switch to Protoss. Ah no. Wrong score. Should be fixed now. Sorry, it was just a bug. Was just a bug out of game, but it should be fixed as we are now getting into game number 2 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Whispers of Gold. We have the red Terran player down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. Representing the Platinum Heroes, it is Nicorak. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Terran player from South Korea, representing Team Vitality. It is Ryung. Go. Here we go, as our players are building up back at home. And we'll see how our players do deviate. And again, shout out to Ryung, of course, who was able to pop off with a unique build. 2-1-1s are very, very rare. Just to wind it back, just to reiterate once again, there was so much pressure on Ryung to get damage done because he was behind in tanks. He was behind 3 tanks compared to his opponent. Like, he had to get damage done with that sim timing, and he didn't initially. And then he did with that second push, with that second wave, as he was able to punish Nickrat while he tried to expand and tried to take that third. So there was a lot of pressure on Ryung, and he pulled it off. Did pull it off, and once again, double gas. Double gas opener out of Ryung, likewise double gas out of Nickrat. Now, the reason why Nickrat is not opening up economically like he did previously is because we are loading into a much smaller map. Welcome one and all to Whispers of Gold. This is a rush map. It is a rush map, very short rush distance by ground, very exposed natural, very exposed third base as well. It is more difficult to be defensive on this map, so both players are being aggressive. As the factories are on the way, and so far, mirrored builds. So far, the builds are mirrored. Nickrat once again did SCV scout. He did confirm the factory. Ryung did not. It is very common for Korean Terrans, and I mean the top Terrans in general, to avoid SCV scouts. Like, SCV scouts are a rare sight in TVT, which is why I think it's a little bit surprising to see Nickrat go for it. Oh! As Reapers do clash, Ryung shoots first, and Nickrat has to pull away. But Nickrat, he's just foregoing a little bit of economy, a little bit of efficiency to be safe and secure. To know what Ryung's up to. As it was a bold move for Ryung to move out with the first Reaper. Did pay off. Did distract. And with that, we are building up. Going Reaper Hellion. Likewise, so is Ryung. Ryung going actually Reactor Reaper Hellion instead. Being somewhat active. Somewhat. Likewise, holding up, spreading out his units. Oh, he does have the greater concave. Better stop for Nickrat. Ryung, he pulls away. Now, what's important is Ryung, he went for the reactor. He's going reactor marine production. He has stopped. He has denied any kind of additional Hellion or Reaper production from his side of things, which means he is vulnerable. Nickrat is moving out. Ryung going for a backstab. Ryung, he doesn't have much to defend back at home. He has to evacuate. Yeah, he pulls away. He evacuates to natural. Ryung is in trouble. Cyclone pops out just in time. Whew. Does have the Cyclone. And with the Cyclone, he should be able to defend. Takes down 1, takes down 2 Hellions. At the same time, busts into the main. Boys are being pulled. SCVs are falling. And Ryung, he's getting more damage. GG gets called. Ryung, he pops up. And Nickrat, he was out of position. He committed into the main base. He did not get enough damage. And Ryung, he does. He snowballs out of control. GG. Ryung will take the 2-0. GG, well played. Ryung, he will claim the 2-0. Very intense games, very short games as well. Here, unfortunately, we saw that Nigrat, he had moved out across the map. There was potential for some damage, but alas, the Cyclone was enough to hold on, and he had nothing at home to defend. That one Reaper got critical damage, especially in a mirror matchup. That's the problem here. In a mirror matchup, losing that many SCVs, how do you recover? You have the same tools as your opponent. How do you bounce back? It's difficult. It's a difficult, if not almost impossible thing to do at this level of play. With that, GG. GG, well played. Ryung, he will claim the series, will advance on into the semifinals, and the question becomes, who will face off against him? We're here to find out. We are here to find out. Exclamation mark, be in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves. Let us switch our scenes over and catch up on the bracket itself. Let's go. Let us go. Okay, we do have our quarterfinals underway. Skillus takes down Matt 2-0, and we have the round of 8. We have the round of 8 ready for us here. We have Ryung, he's the first to advance onto the semis. He's waiting for the winner of Skillus and Art. They're facing off in a PvP. Speaking of PvP, Christiana and Shameless also facing off in a Protoss versus Protoss matchup, and we have Björn versus Rebellion in a Terran versus Protoss matchup as well. I didn't get to mention this, but in this bracket, in this tournament, there was one Zerg player. There was one Zerg player here. Matt, Matt, and I believe Prome is Protoss. Yeah, Prome was Protoss. So Matt, the French Terran player, sorry, French Zerg player, he was the only Zerg player in the tournament. Alas, the one and only Zerg has fallen, and now we have purely Terran and Protoss. Let's go. We're used to that here on the CranKy Ducklings. True. Typically, when it comes to Zerg representation, we rely on players like Wayne, or Young Yakov, or Fiant, or Iba, 4 players that aren't here. They're not here today. There's no Wayne, there's no Young Yakov, there's no Fiant, there's no Iba, there's no Mixu, there is no Shin, or 3 points. So our typical Zerg champions, or Zerg representatives that we're able to feature, they're not here tonight. Purely Protoss and Terran. Let's go. Let's go, Bobby. Let's go. When it comes to our remaining players here, we do have, I believe, Christiana and Shameless. You can see they are mid-series. And we'll be jumping into whichever semifinals is ready first. Or we might jump into one of the other matches here. Let's have a look. Skills versus Art, they're mid-series. I might be able to catch them mid-series. Might be able to catch them. Same with Christiana and Shameless. If they get an ace match, might be able to catch them as well. So I'm going to park ourselves on the European server to try to catch any players as they pop out. Oh. Speaking of, I just found them. there we go. Did just find them. Beautiful. Okay, I don't have much time. Oh god. They're so fast, Bappy. They're so fast. But here we go. Team Liquid. We're jumping into Skillus versus Art. Jumping into our PvP. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our red Protoss player. We have a red Protoss representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. It is Skillus. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player representing his new team, representing Quasar. It is Art. And if you're in the chat, I mean, first things first, before we get our predictions going, thank you so much, Gemini. Thank you so much, GG Imini, for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time in the tournament. Thank you so much for competing. Thank you so much. Gemini, of course, he went up against Prome, I believe, in a PvP in the first round. I mean, went all the way to the ace match. True, did go all the way to the ace match as well. So I hope you are satisfied with your performance, or again, we hope to see you in the next event as well. Thank you so much for competing, Gemini, and welcome everyone to the sparkling Tuna Cup. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series, As a reminder, we are halfway through the series. Skillus is up 1-0. Skillus is favored, but Art never counts him out. Art, he's one of those players that can always cause these upsets and does cause them quite frequently as well. Like, every time I look at a bracket with Art, I just see him take down a big name. I'm like, man, what the hell happened? Like, what? Like, how did this happen? He's crazy. He is the dark horse. For now, though, we're welcoming everyone to Ultra Love. We can see Skillus opening up on the low ground, going for a Gate Cyber Expand or Gate Cyber Stargate into Nexus. A very economic opener here to Skillus. RT opens up 2 gates on the high ground. Interesting. Does open up on the high ground instead. With this, Art can be more aggressive. He does not have a probe on the map, so he has no proxy set up. Despite that, double gate into double stalker. So double stalker opener here, very aggressive out of Art. He can always follow this up with a 3rd and 4th stalker as well and rally across the map and try to overwhelm his opponent. As Skillus is going Stargate before Expand. So again, going for the max. Do love to see it. Here we go. There is that Nexus. Art's back at home, opening up with a Twilight Council into Blink. And likewise is moving out. And he does make that 3rd and 4th Stalker. So he's going to be reinforcing with extra Stalkers. He did delay his 4th Stalker in favor of the Twilight Council. That's why it's not as lined up. But regardless, is moving out. And we'll apply some pressure. The pressure is on. Gets a couple of shots off. Chipping away at that Zealot. Ooh. And we'll bring it down. Zealot does fall. Likewise, Adept under fire. Adept is cleaned up, and across the map we do see so far we're holding on, but here comes our proxy. We're going for a 1-base all-in. We are not expanding. There's a pylon, but only the pylon. So how many gates? Well, currently we have 3. We have 3 back at home and 1 across the map. It's going to be 1 base, 4 gates all-in. Sorry, 1 base, 4 gate blink all in. Oh. Oracle takes a lot of hits. Takes a lot of damage. Skillus has yet to piece it all together. He does have a safety shield battery. Void Rays on the way. He knows he is in danger. And Stalkers are waddling in. Do waddle in. Shield battery will hold. Oracle into the main. Shield battery is ready. Still get a couple of probe kills. We get 1. 1 probe goes down, and we have to scout that natural. The lack of natural. And Skillus, he will check. Oh, yeah, he does check. Does confirm. There is no expansion. And we need to defend. So far, that's a 3rd shield battery. Bearing in mind, Archos' pylon is powering everything here at the natural. Arch is reinforcing. And one way or another, the game is about to end. Either he breaks Skillus, or he dies trying. As he has the Robo, Immortals are building up. There's a safety shield battery in the main base as well. Stasis alongside it. Gateway's under fire. As Warp Gate is still not done. This is going to be a tough hold for Skillus. Gateway goes down. Arm pushing forward. Stasis gets baited. Very nicely done. Baits out a 2nd Stasis as well. There's 1 Stasis left. Art's moving in. He wants to bait it out. He will. Oh my god. Baits out the Stasis time and time again. How many Stalkers? He's up to what? 15. That's a lot of Stalkers. 15 Stalkers. Gateways are on the way. Skillus, he's having a hard time sending his money. Gateway's just not finishing up. He needs those Warpins. As quickly as possible. Cybercore goes down. He cannot warp in Stalkers. And this may be too much. Art, he's gaining ground. And there's not much to hold on. And pylons are falling. Depowers everything. 4 shield batters get depowered. The Atosa pylon goes down. Baits out the Stasis. And Art, he's getting ready for the dive. He's pushing in. He wants one of the Immortals. So far, good kiting. Does pull back. Pulls back the weakened Immortals. They do survive. There's 3 Immortals left. Shield batters to get repowered. Okay. We're holding on. Skillus, he is holding. Oof. Takes out another Stalker, and GG gets called. Yeah, Skillus, he holds the line, Bobby. He holds the line. And Skillus, he will survive the all-in. He will win the series 2-0. Whew. GG. My heart, papi. That was that was intense, papi. That was intense. GG, well played with that. Skilless does advance on into the semifinals, and we are heading over to the America server. And we have both semifinals ready for us. Question becomes, which one's first? That is the question here. Here we go. So congratulations here to our players. Oh no. So we are setting up. We are setting up. It is going to be Beyond versus Cristiano in the upper semis. Here we go. So we have our semifinals getting ready. Beautiful. Sorry, just setting everything up. And we are jumping in. Alright, jumping in. And this is going to be a fresh best of 3. Sorry, a little bit distracted, but everyone was messaging at once. The upper semis and lower semis are ready here. And we are jumping into our upper match here. We have Beyond versus Cristiano, and the lower semifinals is going to be Ryung versus Skilless. Let's go. So two PvPs, TVPs even. 2 Terran versus Protosses are ready for us. Let's go. As the videos are done, we are jumping into our game. Beautiful. Yes, it was uppercase art. Yeah, you're not wrong. That is true. That is true. Is uppercase art. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Byeon. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player from Land Poland, representing Offside Esports. It is Cristiano. Here we go. We have our players ready for us. We have our semis ready. We are jumping in. If you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. As we have our first of 2 semifinals. First things first, economic opener. Economic opener here out of Beyond, going for the rack expand. So far, so good. Likewise, Cristiano across the map, setting up as well. Going to be settling in. Going for his own gate expand, or gate cyber expand. Moves out with his probe scouts. I mean, I don't blame him. It is not uncommon for a player like Beyond to proxy. So Cristiano will confirm. Does confirm the racks, does confirm the single gas. and should be feeling pretty safe. Should be feeling safe and sound. As Cristiano, he will pull away. Does pull away. Even going for the Cybercore after the expansion, so slightly greedier here from Cristiano. Slightly greedier. Beyond going for the CC on the high ground just to be safe, just to be secure. And for the most part, we are just settling into our first game. No major signs of aggression, more greed than anything. Just Beyond being a little bit safer with that positioning of the command center, but outside of that, we're getting into our game. We're calming down, bad boy, calming down. But I am a little bit concerned when it comes to our overall matches here. I am aware that Skillus, he does have another tournament that he has to play in, so I'm a little bit concerned about that. For those who are unaware, Skillus, he is scheduled to play in a couple of hours in the Wardy TV, not Monday, Wardy TV February playoffs. He's in the playoffs, and I believe he's playing against Clem. So I do know that he has other matches to play tonight, and hopefully everything lines up and there's nothing to worry about. This event, the Sparkling Tuna Cup, did start 1 hour later than usual, so that may have messed with his schedule, I should say. Hopefully everything works out. I would hate to see a forfeit in the semis or in the finals, but it is possible. So a little bit anxious about that, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Hopefully everything works out well and we're able to play at our matches without any issue. Hopefully we're able to calm down. What's that Brazilian art? True. Ah, no. All the arts, baby, all the arts. As Beyond is going to be expanding. Taking his natural. Behind this we have our 1-1-1. And Beyond setting up for a Hellion drop. Oh my god, okay. No proxy, but back at home instead. So it's building up those Hellions, getting ready for that drop across the map. Cristiano, for the time being, is unaware. His scout was denied. He's going towards his own blink-based opener. Second gateway is on the way, so 2-gate blink out of Cristiano into a third. Economic build. And he does not see the drop. And I assumed it was going to be a Hellion drop. My apologies, we're going for a Marine drop with Hellions to support. So Hellions on the ground, Marines in the sky. And Cristiano, remember, he has the bare minimum to defend. He's warping in 2 Stalkers at a time. Gonna have, I believe, 4 in total. Yeah, 4 Stalkers. Can he hold on? Ideally, the drop wants to distract Cristiano, and then we create an opening here at the natural. Cristiano, he does wall off. Whew. Does fully wall off. Hellions, they do not get in. And Cristiano defends. He deflects the drop. He walls up the natural, and he holds. So far, so good. If you recall, we had a similar build and a similar setup previously today with Nickrat versus Azura, where Nickrat was able to pull Azura apart. Here, again, Cristiano, he had the wherewithal to fully wall. He was aware that he was quite limited with what he had to defend. So Cristiano holds. Nicely done. Nicely done. There's a reason why Cristiano, he is the tuna. He is the Cristunano, if you will. He has won the most Sparkling Tunas out of any player out there. He can hold his own. For those that are curious, when it comes to the hierarchy of Sparkling Tuna Cup, Beyond is number 2. Beyond, he is the second most player with the most wins. So second only to Cristiano. And they're facing off in the semis. There you go. It's Cristiano's number 1 and Beyond is number 2. But only one of them can make it to the finals. Only one. So we are building up. Getting to our 3-1-1 setup. Stim is on the way. Observer was spotted. Cristiano pulls back. Behind this, he got away with his faster third base, getting it saturated, working towards his own bait, towards his own splash damage. We're gearing up towards the mid-game. No major signs of aggression. Yes, Beyond was active earlier, that is true, but from here, Beyond, he's waiting for his upgrades. He's waiting for Stim, combat shields, then he can expand and take his third base, and then he can start moving out. As the Raven does harass, gets a couple of probe kills. That's 3 probes going down. But the Colossus are on the way. What was the abstract guards? Miyamika? I feel like there's a lot of abstract guards. There's Miyamika, Eric as well. True, true. Can also call them art, 100%. There just go. True, true. We didn't have Geralt today, unfortunately. No Geralt today. Was suspiciously absent from today's sign-up list. Feels bad, man. As Bjorn does boost across the map. Likewise, here comes the main push. Cristiano, he's distracted. Auto turret here into the third base. Drop comes in. He's going for the production. Do you get a warp in? Zal said buying time. They're buying time for the main army to rotate, but alas, the target firing is too good. And Bjorn breaks through, takes down the Zal, takes down the Stalker. Goes to the Forge, and he will bring it down. He denies +1. And massive pickup here from Bjorn. He cannot fight the closest head on. He will back up. Cristiano will defend, but he will lose an upgrade. So nice pickup here from Bjorn. Denies +1 to catch up. Double Forge, double upgrades on the way. And here comes the main push. Here comes the main army. Cristiano, he's not here to slow it down.
The pro count is being downsized.
Double jump into the main. Cristiano, he's not ready for this. He's out of position. Completely out of position. Bjorn, what do we go for? The main base or the natural? Yeah, we're setting for the natural instead. Gateway's under fire. Bjorn does reinforce. Cristiano is trying to rotate. Does have charge. Charge is done. Catch some reinforcements. Not bad. Can he break this position? That's a lot of zealots. It does collapse in. Colossus, they pull away. Tanks are going down. Oh my god, there's one tank left. And Cristiano, he will defend. Whew. Good movement here with the Colossus. Likewise, Stalkers, they're ready in the main. They try to focus down those drops. The Medivacs. Not quite able to. He gets one. One Medivac goes down. Nice trades here by Bjorn. Takes down 2-3 Stalkers. But he will lose everything. Yeah, one Medivac escapes. And Cristiano, I mean, he trades well. Now, a couple things happened here. On the one hand, yes, Cristiano, he shuts down the army, he cleans up all the tanks, he cleans up all the fire. Only one Medivac survives, but at the same time did lose the fourth. I should say the fourth base was denied. He never quite took it, so he's stuck on 3 bases. You can see here, he's heavily oversaturated. He needs a base. He needs a fourth. So economically, Cristiano, he's in a rough position. But he does have the greater army, and he's moving out. I do like this. He's going to be pressing his advantage. He has a large army to work with, and he's pushing. And this might just be too much. Can Cristiano break through? Oh, he has no reinforcements. Decent swipes. Swipes going up. Bjorn so far holding on to the expansion. Cristiano doesn't like what he sees. He pulls away. Does pull away. Respecting the Viking counts. Respecting the army. Has begun disruptor production, making 2 disruptors at a time. His fourth base almost done. And Bjorn, he gets away with it. He gets away with losing his army. His third base is still untouched. He's now getting a fourth base as well. He's maintaining himself. We're keeping up. Again, still very tense between our players. You can see Cristiano getting ready for his zealot run by. As Bjorn moves out, Cristiano, he's ready to dive in. Oh! Shot goes off. Zelzate go off towards that natural. But they're reinforcements back at home, and Bjorn turns everything around. Does turn around. We get a handful of SCVs. That's 2 SCVs going down. Barely anything. Bjorn defense. Now can focus on his push. Shows us Novas. Disruptors are ready. Nova goes up. Oh, grazes the army. There's one Nova left. And the Nova will zone away. But the Colossus, they're falling. One Colossus goes down. There's one Colossus left. Novas are not good enough. And Bjorn might just have too much here. Yeah, he's breaking through. Breaks through the disruptors. The Colossus stims on in. Cristiano's barely holding on and does reinforce with extra zealots. He's surviving. But this is an expensive hold for Cristiano. Resetting the robo count essentially. And Bjorn is too much. Bjorn, he might just have too much here. Loading up. Going for a drop. Cristiano, he pulls back. He needs more time for more disruptors. Now, with the perfect Novas, Cristiano can still hold. But as he rotates to keep up with the main army, what do we see? A drop. See a drop into the main, and Cristiano, he's not ready. He is keeping up with the main army. But what matters here is that triple drop. There's the recall. Recalls into the main base. Archer's pylon gonna go down. Only depowering one gateway. Stalkers, they blink in at the same time. Nova goes up. Nice pre-split here by Bjorn. Does avoid the Novas. Novas, they do not do well enough. And Bjorn, he does it. He breaks the fourth. He breaks the main army. Sims in, chases down the disruptors. And Cristiano, he's in trouble here, losing almost every disruptor. Bjorn, he takes down the base. And he has broken Cristiano. At this point, he has done it. There's still a Marauder in the main. Nexus should fall, takes down 12 workers. Cristiano trying to build up an army. But again, that fight that we saw earlier at the third base was just brutal, losing all the Colossus, the Disruptors. It was just a very chaotic fight for Cristiano. And he was torn apart. And here comes Bjorn. Pushing in from both sides. Collapsing on the would-be fourth base. He has just too much. GG gets called. Cristiano is broken. And Bjorn will take game number 1. GG. Bjorn does take a lead. Cristiano, he was keeping up for most of this game, but again, I'm referring to that first push in between the bases. We saw that Bjorn was able to collapse and take down 2 Colossus. I want to say 2 or 3 Disruptors as well. Just some really rough losses. And Cristiano just could not sustain those losses either. Could not sustain them. With that, GG, Bjorn takes a lead. And we'll see if he can extend that lead and take the series, or if Cristiano can bounce back and force the ace match. As game 2 is going to be on ley lines. Let's go. Let us go. We're getting to our next game. Oh, true. I forgot. True. You're not wrong. I was talking about how Geralt isn't here this time, but yes, Geralt, he did travel to the UK. He's at Epic Land. I did forget. My apologies. Did forget that Geralt, he is sleeping with Eba at the moment. They are sharing rooms. Is competing in Epic Land. Did forget. But here we go. We're getting into game 2. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have the red Terran player. We have the red champ from South Korea leading the series 1-0, representing Shopify. It is Bjorn. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Polish Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing Offside Esports. It is Cristiano. We go, as we are going to be settling in and calming things down. As we are building up, we do have the eBay block from Bjorn. Thankfully, Cristiano does spot this ahead of time. He does pull the boys, and he should be able to deal with this eBay without too much progression. Yes, he will focus it down. And so far, a nice start for Bjorn. He does force some inefficient mining here. But Cristiano, he will still expand at the natural. Back at home, this should lead into a faster factory. Typically, as there's a cancellation. Bjorn building up. Cristiano will expand. Now again, if he had scouted this any later, if there was too much regression on the eBay, then Cristiano would have been forced to expand at the third location instead, and then Bjorn could have been more aggressive and more active and tried to punish Cristiano. Alas, was able to shut it down. Now we can settle it. Back at home, Bjorn does go for a later CC in the main, but does go for the racks into expansion. Going for an economic follow-up. Let's go. Let us go. As my eyes are on this probe, Cristiano just going back in. Cristiano, he wasn't able to confirm the CC, so he actually doesn't know how economic Beyond is being. So it looks like Cristiano, he wants to confirm. Beyond makes his way into the main. Getting eyes on the tech. Does Jimmy know? That's also why Jimmy isn't here. Yes, yes. He heard about what was happening with Geralt and Eba. Oh, no. Poor Jimmy. Oh, my God. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. I'll reach out to Jimmy. I'll make sure he's okay. I'll make sure he's... We'll reach out. We'll let him know there's other Zerg players out there. I mean, Jimmy's been playing a lot with Young Jakob. He's been playing a lot with Young Jakob as of late. So he'll be okay. He'll be okay. It's also why Young Jakob isn't here either. Oh no. The drama. The drama. As Natural's not being taken. We see Beyond getting ready for his drop play. Adept does shade in, does get eyes on the setup. Oh, the body blocking. Not bad. Still will lose the probe, but the Reaper does fall. Back and forth trade. Cristiano, he spots the medevac. Yeah, he's aware of the drop, and he can keep up. Can keep up with the medevac. So far, so good. Delaying the drop, containing Beyond. As we have our tech of choice, of course, going to be a Blink-based opener. Now, as a reminder, last game we saw 2-gate Blink out of Cristiano. This time, once again, 2-gate Blink into a third. So, economic build out of Cristiano. We'll see if he can keep up. See if he can keep up. I shudder to imagine the unholy alliance between Geralt and Eva. Oh, no. Oh, no. Not like this. As Beyond's aggression continues, initially going for the Watermine drop, of course, into the main base. The pylon may have just barely gotten a glimpse. Yeah. Cristiano, he knows. Does spot the drop, getting in position, and behind this going for Cloak Banshee. So Beyond is not slowing down. Going for his own cloak. Cristiano trying to keep up, throws down extra gateways. This time he doesn't go for a bay first. We saw that last game, going 2 gates into a robo into a bay. This time extra gateways in a forge. This time a lot more gateway reliant from the side of Cristiano. Going to charge and +1, very gateway heavy. And so far he is keeping up. Do we have any more observers though? 2. 1 across the map, but 1 back at home. So these Banshees, they have potential. As the Banshees are building up and headed towards that natural. Cristiano is not fully aware. There is no tank, true. No tanks. He can go for the add-ons. He can, and he will. He's gambling. He's going for the top add-on. He will deny combat shields, but not Stim. It was 50-50. It was 50-50, Pappy. Stim will continue. Mind Drop comes in. Here come those Banshees, and again, no detection, not at least not in position. Observer has to respond. 8, 9, 10 probes. Oh my god, 10 probes go down. And there's the recall. Cristiano being pulled apart here. 11 probes. Up to 12. Widowmine gets saved. Piani pulls away. And again, Cristiano, he just had no idea of the Banshees. Does blink in, takes out 1. 1 Banshee goes down, but the other still survives. It's going to be a one-way trip. He commits. Gets up to 14, almost 15 probes. Ay, ay, ay. The damage is insane. That's almost a full mineral line. And with that, Bjorn, he's perfectly fine back at home. He's building up. Remember, Stim was not delayed. So he can move out. Move out once again. Getting 2 more probes, 16. Medevac survives. Here comes the bush. And Cristiano, he needs to slow this down. He's in a rough position. Peeking away at the Marines. Not bad. Shave them up. 4, 5, 6 Marine kills. Gets a Marauder. Gets a Marauder as well. We'll lose the Observer. Observer does go down. Cristiano so far is keeping up. Catching another Marauder, trading 1 for 1. Doing everything he can to slow Beyond down. Drop back into the main base. Oh my god, another 3 probes, and he keeps the medevac alive. He pulls away. Ah, no. As Beyond sims in, pushes up the ramp, going for the 3rd base. He has finally broken free. No shield batteries. On the Mind Shot save. Mind Shot save pop up. Most of Zell's will avoid that. Wouldn't mind Zell gonna go down. Cristiano, he's holding. He's holding on. The Colossus has arrived. And again, he did a great job slowing down that army earlier. Just picked off so many Marines and Marauders. He's holding. Oh no, the blink! So he's on cooldown. Cristiano, be careful. Calm down, Papi, calm down. Getting a 4th. Going down his 4th base. Medevac's still alive, by the way. Still in between the bases. Now we can calm down and take our bases. Gases are on the way. Getting ready for, of course, extra robos, extra production. Cristiano once again moving out. Beyond, he's setting up back at home, and he's building up towards Vikings and Ghosts. So Beyond, he's taking up. He's not pushing anytime soon. Does find the Observer. And trades out. Ooh. Catching 3 Stalkers. Catching 4. 4 Stalkers go down. Zell run right into the mineral line. Not bad. Catching Beyond with his pants down. Gets 3 SCVs. Goes back in. Keeping Beyond busy. Denying some mining. Ooh, but forced to recall. Did overextend. Does recall back home. Mine job back in once again. How many kills? 6 so far. Getting up to 7. Finally will fall. Oh my god, and Beyond is going for a Dream Drop. 4 full medevacs going out. And he's headed straight for that natural, and recall's on cooldown. Remember, it was just used. It was just used on the Zealots. And now Cristiano's being punished. He's got 2 robos, but they get depowered. Zealot run by does hit that mineral line, but the probes are falling one after the other. 17 probe kills, and the expansion, and the tech as well. It's just too much. Too many losses. Gets to the robo. And you can always just pull away, or even just get another robo. Again, Cristiano just caught completely out of position. That recall earlier created an opening. And Beyond did abuse it. Did abuse that opening. As the recall was wasted. And now Cristiano is down a base. Down robos, down production. He's got 2 Colossus and 1 Disruptor. That's all he has. And his Gateway army, of course. But he's all in. At this point, Cristiano is all in. He has to go for the kill. It's either he kills Beyond or he dies trying. One way or another, it's about to end. Oh, brutal EMPs. EMPs, they pop off. Boys are being pulled. Beyond equal to lose them. Nova goes up. Ooh, doesn't connect. And no connection with the Nova. Despite that, Cristiano, he's pushing through. Not bad. The Colossus up. Barely standing, but does fall. Now only Blink Stalkers. Takes down the mineral line. At the same time, Beyond is popping up across the map. He's killing everything. Everything's on fire. Beyond barely survives. He barely holds. Meanwhile, the main base is in shambles. And Cristiano, he races back. Does race back. Hits the main base. Takes down the pylons. And GG gets called. There's just nothing left in the main base. He was just torn apart, and Beyond will advance on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Beyond does take the series, does advance on. Cristiano, he had his own moments, don't get me wrong, did have them, but unfortunately was pulled apart. Beyond was just all over him when it came to the aggression, the harassment, the drop play as well. GG. GG, well played. Beyond did pull him apart. That leads us into our next match. Leads us into our next series. As we have our second semifinals ready for us. We're dropping in. We are dropping in. Cristiano, he just messaged me. He's like, why do I always get beyond in the round of 4? Have mercy, Bobby. Have mercy. Oh, no. It's blame a Ligulac, Bobby. Blame a Ligulac. We do use a Ligulac for seeding, by the way, for those that are curious. It's not our fault, Bobby. Smurge. Feels Cristiano, man. But here we go. We're getting into our second semifinals of the night, our fresh best of 3, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Erahome, we have our red Protoss player representing Team Liquid. It is Skillus. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the blue Terran player, with the blue Terran representing Team Vitality. It is Ryung. Here we go. So we are going to be settling in. I see someone asking, because someone tell me how do I play Protoss with that Terran, how to beat him. I mean, a lot of that came down to scouting, came down to positional play, arguably as well. As a reminder, Bjorn was hyper-aggressive last game. Remember, he was going for Widowmine drops, Hellion Harass. He was also going for Banshee follow-up as well. And remember, winding it back, the Banshees, they dealt critical damage. Remember, Bjorn, he killed 16 probes. That's game-ending damage. Like, from that moment, we saw that Cristiano was in a rough position. It was impressive that Cristiano was keeping up despite losing those workers. That was very impressive. But despite that, like, that did set him in a worse position, right? Like, imagine a Cristiano that didn't lose that many workers. A lot of it did come down to the harass. Unfortunately, Cristiano, he was unaware of the Banshees. Like, that's a big factor. He was unaware they had to be ready with those observers, had to be ready for the Banshee play, and that did facilitate for a lot of damage being dealt from the side of Bjorn. So, unfortunately, Cristiano wasn't aware, right? He wasn't aware of what was happening. He wasn't quite in position for said Banshee harass. That I think the Banshees themselves killed 11 probes, and then the rest went down to Widowmine harass. Built up and got up to 16 workers over time in that engagement. But that was a rough way for Cristiano to start that second game. From there, though, we have our fresh series, we have our fresh best of 3, and here we go. Ryung does open up with the eBay block to delay the expansion. Behind this, going for his own CC. And before I forget, I apologize, but if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck, as this is a rematch from last week's finals. For those of you that weren't here last week, these two were the finalists of Sparkling Tuna Cup number 80. They were the 2 finalists, and in that best of 5 grand finals, went all the way to the ace match. Ryung and Skillus, they went all the way to the ace match, so they went all the way to game 5, and Skillus did win his very first Sparkling Tuna Cup. He is the reigning champion. Negate that back. He's the reigning champion, did take down Ryung in those finals. It was very close, went to the ace match, and now they face off this week in the semis. So this could go either way, to be honest. This could go either way. I could see Ryung winning, I could see Skillus winning. I expect an ace match. But now Skillus opening up Stargate. This is risky, by the way. For those of you that haven't arrived here, welcome one more to Erahome. Erahome is a very small map, and the map pool is a rush map, by the way. The rush distance by ground is very short, shorter than Whispers of Gold, I believe shorter than El Dorado. I think El Dorado is comparable if they expand towards each other with their third bases, but this is a very small map. So to open Stargate on a small map is crazy, but it might work well here. Ryung, he's opening up once with Cloak Banshee. Opening up with Cloak Banshee. Reaper dips in, gets behind the mineral line, does confirm. There we go, does get eyes on the Phoenixes. Ryung knows. Instantly, Cyclone production. Cyclones are on the way. He's building up, and he's getting ready. So this will no longer be a surprise. As Phoenix does move out. In between the bases, Scout does confirm the researching tech lab, and he knows. The Banshee even shuts down the first Banshee as well. Very strong start for Skillous. The Banshee falls, scouts the cloak, and even catches one of those Cyclones. Falling back. And just like that, the opener of Ryung, it falls on its face. And we're going into mech. Let's go! We have Macfield on the way, second and third factory as well. We are meching it up. We're making it happen. Cloak was cancelled, as again, Banshees, they were shut down. And Ryung, he's transitioning, but the Phoenixes, they dip in, and they get a scout. Yeah, they see the research in tech lab. He knows. He sees the research. He knows that Mass Cyclone is coming. Skillous is aware. So far, a very strong start for our Protoss. He sees everything he needs to. And back at home, we need charge. We need charge, and more zealots, and a better economy, third base, better saturation, and ideally containing the Terran for as long as possible. Does need to contain. Oh! Ooh, the lock-ons are brutal though. Lock-ons are brutal, and one Phoenix goes down. Skillous does overextend. Nice catch for Ryung. There are the add-on swaps. Again, getting to battle mech. Now, for those that are curious, mech, we rarely see that in TVP. It is rare, but not unseen. There are certain players in the scene, specifically Korean Terrans, Ryung and Gumiho. Ryung and Gumiho, they go hand in hand. It's interesting how they both are TVT specialists, and they also both play mech in TVP. Not saying they do it every game. No, they don't, but they do it like once in a series. I don't expect to see this again in this best of 3, but oh, he catches on... Oh, almost does catch on the Phoenix. Whew. But it is something that players like Ryung and Gumiho, they like to sprinkle in. They like to sprinkle it in whenever they can. As they're building in more Cyclones. Getting into Blue Flame. Scan in between the bases. Does see the stasis setup. Yeah, it's a lot of stasis traps. And Ryung is aware. Ideally, he should bait them out. Getting to Blue Flame. Massing in more Cyclones. And if these stasis traps don't get good connections, I am concerned here for Skillous. What does he have to defend? He has a handful of Zealots. And only a handful. And here come the Marines. They will bait them out. Oh no! Ooh, one does connect though. Yeah, massive connection. Ryung, he did miscalculate. Half his army gets caught. As Skillous, he's holding. He's buying time. He's buying time for more shield batteries, for more energy. There's the energy overcharge here on that sentry. Buying time for the Immortal as well. Extra warp ins. Stasis runs out. This might still be too much. Nice force fields. Yeah, they zone away the army. And again, it's all just about buying time for more warp ins. As Stalkers do arrive. Zealots as well. And by the time Ryung can move in, now suddenly the army supply is doubled. The supply has doubled. Warp in does complete. Lock-ons are still brutal. And freedom has arrived. Ryung just forcing his way in. Behind this Ryung, he is going for a third CC. He's zoning the army away from the expansion. Shield battery goes down. And I'm loving that Rax as well, creating some SimCity. Just creating a choke point against those Zealots. And tank some shots. Stalkers, they blink over the wall, go for the Liberators. Liberators are going down. These are still expensive trade zone. The Immortal! Oh, the Immortal falls. Skillous, so forcing back Ryung, but is it too much? Are there too many Cyclones? There might be. The Cyclones, they overwhelm. They shut down the final Immortal. They do not. It's so close. Can he get it? Oh my god. Barely doesn't. The Immortal lives. And Skillous holds. Skillous, he barely holds on. That was not easy. That was not easy. Takes down the Liberator, takes down the Cyclones, he counterattacks. Immortal barely survived. Whew. And now his third base is getting up and running. He saves the third base. From here, Skillous, he can take a fourth. There we go. Fourth is on the way. Getting into +2. Skillous, he weathered the storm, and he denies the third. He's keeping Ryung contained on 2 bases. Ryung, he's looking for the fourth. Looking for the expansion. Again, that push was meant to end the game. That was meant to kill Skillous, and it barely didn't. Now Skillous in a better position. Delaying the third. Ryung forced to expand on the right-hand side. Skillous, he will miss the rotation. Now heading over. Runs into the army. Oh, forces the lift. I would say Ryung overreacting a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Does lift, does land once again. Establishing his own third and building up. Building up his tanks, building up his liberators. Skills getting ready for a run by or a flank. Skills feeling pressured here to deny the expansion. Oh! There are tanks behind this though. Force feels they catch one Hellion. Zealous they slip in from behind. They go for the mineral line. And he distracts Ryung. Does create an opening. And does he dive in? Oh, he does. This is risky though. It takes out one of the tanks, but the Stalkers are going down. Massive tank shots. Yeah, the tank boys are brutal. It's an expensive trade here for Skillus. Baits out a couple wooden mines. And it's down to 3 Stalkers, 1 Immortal. And he will lose it. This is a messy fight here for Skills, but he breaks through. He barely breaks through. He takes down the Hellions, takes down the Cyclones, reinforces and barely breaks through with a handful of Stalkers. Again, this was a messy fight. Oh no. And he overextends, loses everything. But he does deny the base, does deny the expansion. He reset the tank count, reset the Liberators. It cost him every Immortal, it cost him most of his Stalkers. But he pulls it off. And what's important, he's on 4 bases. He's getting a 5th. What's important here is that Skillus, he can afford those losses. Ryung cannot, because every time Ryung, he's denied the 3rd. He's denied the 3rd base. That's what's important here. Even though these are messy fights, even though these are expensive losses for Skillus, they're more expensive for Ryung. The win condition, deny the 3rd. Like, deny the 3rd base mining for as long as possible. And starve Ryung out. Skills just taking more bases, taking more expansions, very gas light. Making more zealots. He's ready for another flank. He's ready for another counterattack. And this time, no tanks. This time, no tanks. This time, only 1 Liberator. This time, the army is far weaker this time for Ryung. Can we force some friendly fire? Good mine shots from the zealots. Very nice mine connections. Skillus getting pinned back. Does deny mining though, that's what's important. He denies the 3rd. Zealots are coming from behind, baiting out more mine shots, collapsing on the main army. And the wooden mines are cleaned up. Yeah, Skillus, he's still trading well. He's out trading Ryung. Cashes out the Hellions. Put out the wooden mines as well. Does barely focus them down. And again, we're losing a lot of Stalkers here, but it's okay. we can be inefficient. It's okay, Papi. Nikita, he's rich. He's crazy. Here come the reinforcements. Zealous dive in. They overwhelm the 3rd. They overwhelm the natural. And Skills, he's done it. He has broken Ryung. The boys are being pulled. 24 SCVs go down. And Skillus, he has done it. Forcing his way into the main. And Ryung, he could not stabilize. He almost did. He almost stabilized on 3 bases, but he barely could not. GG gets called. And Skillus will take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Skillus will take the first game. Again, a very intense game 1. As we did mention, there were some rough fights there from Skillus, but what was important here was that he was able to deny the 3rd base time and time again, deny mining from Ryung, and deny the economy. Honestly, the closest that we saw Ryung from winning and breaking Skillus was the fight at the 3rd. Remember, when Ryung was pushing in, when he took a massive stasis to the face, if he didn't take that stasis trap to the face, then potentially Ryung could have ended the game then and there. He could have won, could have broken his opponent. It was close. It was very close. Alas, Skillus did hold, and the moment that he held, he took a lead. He took a massive lead. And now we're getting to game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. So getting into Amygdala. And we'll see where the series takes us. We'll see if Ryung can force the ace match or if Skillous can close it out here and now. Let's go. Just catching up. And spawning in the top right-hand corner. Top right-hand corner here of Amygdala, we have our red Protoss player, our red Protoss for Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. We'll see if he can close it out here and now. It is Skillous. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Vitality down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. It is Ryung. Here we go. Go as our players are setting up, and we have a double gas, interesting double gas opener out of Ryung. A much more aggressive start from our Terran player. This will lead into a faster factory, faster starport. This can once again lead into a heavy commitment into Banshees. True, this can lead into Banshee play. This can lead into early Cyclone production, can lead into early tank play. Last game, game 1, we did have Mech, of course, but as I was mentioning at the time, Mech is more of a rare build, a rare style that you mix in once in a series. I don't expect Mech 2 games in a row. We could see it, but I don't expect it. We'll keep an eye on Ryung. Keep an eye on him, as he doesn't have to rely on a crazy build like that to take Skillous down. But now Skillous, he confirms double gas, he confirms the faster factory. Going for a standard opener himself. And welcome to Amygdala. Amygdala is a much larger map of the map. All true is a much larger map. Longer resistance by ground, very defendable on 2, 3, and 4 bases. But the last time we saw Skillous on this map was this morning. If you recall, we were casting Skillous, I think it was yesterday even, against Cure. And Skillous, he popped off. He had a crazy performance on this map, able to just pull Cure apart left and right, contain his opponent, mass expand, gain the greater economy, and overwhelm Cure. It was really impressive. Just really impressive to see Skillous versus Cure. We'll see how Ryung can compare. So we cast the Skillous versus Cure. That was back in OC Season 12. That was in the OC Championship. Was a couple of days ago. Up. As Reaper is zoned out. It is going to be a Twilight Council opener this time, not Stargate. So Twilight Council opener into Blink. Blink base play. Charge up rushes the way. Charge is definitely a transition that we're expecting. It's going to be Blink opener, but if you have been watching Skillous as of late, you would know that Skillous, he does enjoy going Blink into a third base, of course, into a Forge, into a Gateway Explosion, into Charge. Skillous, in a standard game, he usually does delay splash damage. He will delay Colossus and delay Storm in favor of something more Gateway-centric. That is his go-to. So we'll see if he does go for the Bay or for the Forge. We'll keep an eye on Skillous. For now, we do have a bit of a Gateway Explosion. This is not 2 gates. Oh my god, he's going for 4 gate. Never mind. He's delaying his third. He's delaying his third base. It's going to be 4 gate Blink out of Skillous. Hyper aggression from our Protoss player here. Meanwhile, Ryung, once again, opening up Cloak Banshee. We did mention that this was one of the options with a double gas opener. So double gas into 111 into Cloak Banshee. Oh boy. And last time, this was completely shut down by the Phoenixes. This time, Skillous is unaware. This time, Skillous, he is unaware. He's in the dark, but he will scout with his push, because here comes that Prism alongside the Gateway Explosion. Remember, 4-gate Blink, so a lot of Stalkers are going to be warping in. As Skillous will move out. And Ryung, he barely has seen anything. He didn't get into the main. Ryung, he has to confirm. He has to confirm what's going on. Does poke in. Does spot extra Stalkers. Likewise, he also saw no third base. He should be where it's at least 3-gate Blink. At least 3. Now, we're going to end up in a really weird position. On the one hand, yes, Skillus is being hyper-aggressive, and he can get into the main base and break the main. That is true. At the same time, here comes the Banshee. Here comes the Cloak Banshee, more importantly. Now, there's an observer on the way. There's going to be one observer. The main base is exposed. Skillus likewise also going for the main. Remember, there is no tank. The tank is still on the way. There's one tank in the natural, no tank in the main. And Skillus is going for, the main base. Going for the main expansion. Probes are going down. Skillus blinks in. Goes to the dive. Banshee does cloak just in time. The tank will fall, but the Banshee does complicate things, and we need detection. Without it, Ryung is going to hold. As the Banshee is popping off, there's the Observer back at home to defend. Stalker's moving in. They're taking a lot of damage, though. A lot of free damage from that one Banshee. And with that, Ryung holds. Ryung does hold. A bit of an overreaction by Pool and the boys. Likewise, 4 probes go down. And Skillus, he lost how many Stalkers? 7. Oh, that was an expensive trade. On the one hand, yes, Skillus, he killed more SCVs, that is true, but he lost so many Stalkers. That was not as worth it for Skillus. Blinks back in, runs into a tank. He gets 2 SCVs. That's something. He gets 3 SCVs in total. Taking his third. Remember, the third is late. It's a delayed third base in favor of this aggression, and the aggression wasn't as worth it. We're doing it again. Let's go. We're going for double factory. We're making it up. For the second time this series, we are going into mech. Let's go. Let's go. Go. Prism getting forced back. Oh Jesus, the local, that was crazy. I was like looking at it, I was like, mate, when's the local gonna break? It just never did. Jesus. So much damage to the Prism. Skillus gets out just barely. That was uncomfortably close with how much damage that Prism was taking. Does survive. Behind this again, remember Ryung, he's making it up. This time very tank heavy. This time he's not going for mag field. There's no mag field accelerators, not yet. Heavy tank count instead. A very robust army, and the observer does confirm the mass tank. Now, on the one hand, tanks, they have a lot of firepower, that is true, but also without Heli and Cyclone, they're vulnerable. These tanks, they need support. They need something to buffer. If not, they fall down real fast and real quick. And here comes Skillus. Charge is done, and the tanks are exposed. And tanks, they're gonna be going down. He gets 1. He's gonna get 2. He should be getting at least 3, and even 4. He breaks through the tank line. Yeah, the tanks, they had no support. So Zelce busts into the mineral line, and Ryung is being broken. He's being broken here and now. Zelce do overwhelm. Stalkers force back. The Banshees, they're popping off. There's no detection, but the Zelce don't care. They don't care about the Banshees, they just wreak havoc anyway. Again, Ryung, he was too greedy. He was far too greedy. No support. GG gets called. And Skillus will claim the series 2-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Skillus, he will claim the series, will advance on. Ryung, unfortunately, this tank style heavily relies on your opponent being passive. It relies on Skillus giving Ryung some room to build up that tank count, to mass up an army, to get to critical mass of mech. That's the goal. That's the goal there. But we saw that Skillus was able to break through just as the tanks were popping out. And again, there was no support. The tanks, they were exposed. Ryung, what happened? He had the pants were down, papi. The pants were down. Ryung was overwhelmed, and Skillus with a much cleaner 2-0 this week. GG. GG, well played. That will lead us here into the grand finals. That leads us into our best of 5. It's going to be a best of 5 between Byun and Skillus. They're going to be facing off. They are going to be facing off. Bam. In the grand finals. And vetoes are underway. They are underway. Now, before the grand finals, it's time for something special. It's time for something near and dear to our hearts here. Again, if you've been watching the channel, if you've been watching the Sparkling Tuna Cup, you know what comes next. It's time for la rifa. It's time for la rifa. Haha, let's go. Do you need a moment to set things up to rig the raffle, as always? But for those that are curious, it's raffle time. It is raffle time. Here we go. For those that are curious, basically, this is a way that we do spread the love amongst our players. Our tournaments are very top heavy. Our tournaments are very top heavy. Only top 2 get paid out in Sparkling Tuna Cup. It is very unforgiving. But to help out with that, we do have a way to spread the love, to spread the money here, to spread the prize pool with a random raffle. Now, the way this works here is that any one player is eligible as long as you played. As long as there was no forfeit in the first round, then you are eligible to compete and earn 5 USD. Let's go, Bobby, let's go. And again, shout out to all the patrons as well. Shout out to everyone on Patreon to help fund the tournaments and help allow for the random raffle as well. Again, our next goal on Patreon is 400 USD. That is going to be to pay out top 4. Right now, only top 2 get paid in Sparkling Tuna Cup alongside the raffle, but our next goal is for top 4 to get paid out as well, to boost the prize pool even further. We're so close, Fab, we're so close. So thank you so much to all of our patrons as we are jumping into the raffle. And this week, the random raffle champion, the random raffle winner is going to be, the Russian Protoss player, is going to be Art. Congratulations, Bobby. Congratulations, Art. He does win the random raffle. We had 22 eligible players this week. Art, he will walk away a little bit richer. We also have Matt coming in as the runner-up. Matt, the French Zerg player. We have Skillus, we have Roman, Honmono, and Ateshi towards the bottom. So congratulations. Congratulations here to Art as he does walk away a little bit richer. Let's go. Here we go. As Art will win that raffle. Of course, a hashtag rigged in the chat. True. He is rigged. As we are getting into our next game, we're going to be getting ready for our grand finals. The vetoes are done, and we're jumping into our best of 5. Let's go. Game 1 is going to be on Frostline. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Frostline, we have our red Terran player, the South Korean Terran. Representing Shopify Rebellion, it is Byeon. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player representing Team Liquid. It is Skillus. Here we go. So we are going to be settling in. In what world Ryang expected this to work? I mean, he has, beaten Skills before. Like, it's Ryang, he has taken down some big Protoss names with his mech in the past, including players like Hero, players like Showtime. But again, Ryang was just heavily reliant on Skillus being more passive, is the thing to bear in mind. And I don't blame Ryang for going for that on Amygdala. Again, Amygdala known for being a larger map, a longer map as well. So if you're going to try to get away with mass tank production early on, you would do so on these larger maps like Neon Violet Square, Abyssal Reef, and Amygdala. They do come to mind. King's Cove as well. But alas, of course, Skillus did punish him, did deny that from happening, but it was a risk that Ryang was willing to take. From here, though, we're now getting into our next series. Getting to our next best of 5. So far, economic opener out of Byeon and going for the CC on location. And Skills is here to delay. Not bad. Skills, he will delay the expansion, does force it off center. Of course, the CC can always lift and land, but is an inefficient start for Byeon. Inefficient nonetheless. So nice cheeky move here from Skillus, and he pulls away. Does pull away, is aware of the economic opener, and we can settle into Frostline. Now, Frostline is an interesting map. On the one hand, yes, Frostline is one of the larger maps in the map pool. That is true. Oh, right, before I get ahead of myself, you know what time it is? It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will take, who will be our champion. Who is going to be our champion here this week, as this is the grand finals. This is the best of 5. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. As you embrace your Gamba. Coming into this, I want to give the... I mean, Skillus has been popping up. Skillus, he beat Ryung, he beat Kyor not too long ago as well. I want to say that Bjorn is a comparable Terran player to those that I mentioned. I'm hoping for a back and forth. I'm hoping for a series, regardless of how this goes. I don't want a 3-0. I don't want a 3-0. I want a 3-1. I want a 3-2. Give me some games, man. Give me some games. Ooh, DF does arrive in time. Oh, will block. Let's go. He will delay even further. He's under the CC. Beautifully done. And Skillus, I mean, Marauders, they don't really do too much damage here. He will shade away. He will shade away. Marauders, a tickle adepts. Nicely done. Again, just delaying beyond even further. And do you see what I see? Ooh. That is the second Rax. That is a second Rax before the starport. We're getting ready for a 2-1-1. Now, if you recall, 2-1-1s, they're a rare sight in this matchup as well. They're more common against Zerg players, but we already saw a 2-1-1 against Terran earlier between Ryung and Nicarat. Here, 2-1-1 against Protoss. Now, we actually saw this earlier today. It was it Clem? Yeah, it might have been Clem here that went for the 2-1-1 earlier this morning in OSC. But basically, this is a very aggressive build and very committed as well. What I mean by that, going for this build, we're going for add-ons here for the factory. We're going for a reactor into add-on swap into medevac production. This is going to delay any kind of commitment into tanks. It's going to delay tank production. So this bio move out, this stim timing, it's going to hit hard, but it needs to get damage. It does need to get damage. Otherwise, Beyond would be in a really rough position. Blink is on the way. Third Rax gets thrown down. Beyond still committing to really early Marauder production. There's that early stim. As we mentioned, again, this is a stim timing. This is the purpose of the build. Is to rush into stim and to move out. Oh boy. As we do start things off with the mine drop. And as we mentioned, that factory only being used for add-ons. Again, there's no tanks. So if Skillus, for example, is going for 4-gate blink, oh no! As he does catch that medevac, if he's going for 4-gate blink, there's no tanks. There's 0 tanks to defend. It's purely bio. So that's why this is risky, and that is why the stim timing needs to trade well. It's also why this is a rare build, because it's risky, right? It does put a lot of pressure on the Terran, because if they fail to get damage done, then things will very quickly swing out of control. Back at home, how many gateways? 3 gates. So a 3-gate blink into a third base. Very middle-of-the-road build here from Skillus. He is going to be applying some pressure. He's aware of the drop. He has Stalkers to defend. Stalkers back at home, likewise does push towards that natural. There are Marauders, though, plenty of them. So far, good control. Nice repair. Does pull the boys. Bunker holds. Meanwhile, medevac will survive. The mine shot up. Oh my god, massive connection. 4-7 probe kills. Skillus, he did react a little bit too late. Brutal losses in the main. And Bjorn, good start. And this is merely only the first phase. First the mine drop, then the sim timing. With mass Marauder. Oh boy. When this army moves out, it is going to hit like a truck. Skillus' goal to slow this down. Sim is revealed. Sim is revealed. Skillus, he picks off a couple of Marines. More Stalkers moving out. It's so important and so imperative here that Skillus is active with these Stalkers, as he needs to slow down that army. And we'll see if he can. Beyond is simming across the map, catches the Stalker. Stalker goes down. Double drop here towards the main. Double drop towards the main base. Skillus, he does miss the drop. Trying to rotate. Trying to keep up. Drop into the main. Does get spotted. Forced to unload. This is better for Skillus. Fighting out in the open. The snow lots are coming in. And the Mavericks start being targeted down. Oh my god. One barely escapes. It's so close. Will fall, but will unload. Whew. Will unload in time. Skillus, he will clean this up though, and only loses Stalkers. He trades out Stalkers, he maintains the economy. His third base is getting up and running. Skillus, he holds. He holds, he survives, charge is now done. He can now embrace his gateway-centric army. As a reminder, Skillus is very fond of going for charge before splash damage, before Colossus. And before Storm. Getting another base, staying on a very low gas count. Which does mean he has to preserve those Stalkers, as he's going to have very limited gas income to reinforce. Has to rely on mainly Zealot reinforcements instead. Drops they pass by each other. The fourth base is exposed. Skillus is out of position, and the base goes down. Massive pickup. As I'll say, drop in. Beyond, he's all over this. Denies the expansion. Skills, he continues warp-ins. Gets forced back. So I'll say dive into the main. They get a couple of SCVs. Not bad, we're getting damage done. 7 SCV kills. Main army towards that natural. We're trying to pull Beyond apart. And so far it's working. The bunker is exposed. The Immortal has arrived. Beyond, he's distracted, dropping across the map. Skillus, he doesn't break through. He doesn't break the natural. He's forced to recall. Oh my god. And Beyond holds. Whew. Beyond does hold. That was very tense. That was very tense. Very close. Skillus, he wants those medevacs. Doesn't get them. Again, a very messy setup. Likewise, medevacs they pull away. And Beyond is establishing his third. He gets away with his third base. Now taking up. Ghost Academy is done and building up his bio. Getting his Ghost production. Meanwhile, we do have our splash damage of choice here from Skillus. He's going into his own Templar Archives. Into Storm. So charge into Storm. Now taking gases. Taking another expansion. The game is slowing down. Was a very intense mid-game here. Getting up to until this point. We're past it. We are now past it. Players are stabilizing, players are settling down, and we're getting ready for that next phase. Beyond still being very active, and look at how Marauder heavy he is, Jesus. What does this mean? This means that Storms, they're gonna tickle the army. He can take a Storm, he can take 3 Storms to the face, and he can just take it. He can tank it back. So Ramai does distract, does keep the reinforcements back at home. Beyond, though, is moving out towards that would-be 4th. He's also ready. Beyond, he sims in. No shield battery. And from here, it can kite well. Stalkers, they come in for a flank, going for the medevac. Storm comes in. Storm isn't ready. 1 second away. Oh my god, the Prism is still. Oh, the Prism goes down. The High Templar as well. No Storms. And without Storms, this might just be too much. Beyond, he catches out the army. EMP pops off. And where are the Storms? They're coming. Yeah, Templar, they're trying to reinforce. Immortal goes down. And Beyond, he may have just broken Skillus. Takes down all the Zealots. Catches the Immortal. Storm now coming in. But it's too late. It's too little too late. The damage has been done. High Templar, they overextend. They get caught out as well. And Skillus is barely holding on, but he lost everything. Forced to recall, drop towards the top side. Regardless, he's just being pulled apart. He has no supply. He cannot keep up. GG gets called, and Beyond will take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, Beyond does take the first game. Storm, unfortunately, the first Storm didn't quite connect. We saw that Beyond, he sniped the War Prism, sniped the Prism, denied and killed the first High Templar. No Storm, and without that Storm, there was nothing to defend. There were 2 more High Templar, but the High Templar were out of position. Basically, there was one High Templar with the main army for Skillus, and he had 2 High Templar over towards the 3rd base. He had them over towards the 3rd base, so he was getting them ready for like a run-by or a drop or a counter-attack. Because of that, he was relying on that 1 High Templar. And it got focused down. It was sniped ahead of time with that GG. GG, well played. The High Templar were out of position. The other High Templar, I should say. And Beyond breaks through. Does break through. And with that, we're getting into our next game. go. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of El Dorado, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, who, representing Shelby Rebellion, leading the series 1-0. It is Beyond. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player for Team Liquid. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back and tie things up and make a series out of this. It is Skillus. And as we're selling, it's a big shout out to Sort of Gap. Thank you so much, Sort of. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time. And welcome one and all to the Sparkling Tuna Cup. We are here in the grand finals. This is a best of 5 between Beyond and Skillus. We just wrapped up with game 1. It was a very intense game 1. And now we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. It goes before Storm even finishes. Yes, I do apologize if I didn't make that clear, but because of the stim timing, because of the early buy commitment out of Beyond, did lead into earlier ghosts as well. The build kind of that's kind of like the end goal of the build is where it kind of directs or where it leads into. Do apologize if I did not make that clear. But from here, double gas opener out of Beyond. Once again, went for an economic opener on Frostline. This time more tech heavy here. Faster factory out of Beyond. Meanwhile, we have Skillus back at home going for his own standard opener. But again, thank you so much, Soto. Thank you. Always do appreciate it. Always do appreciate it. As we're here with our second broadcast of the day. Earlier today, we were live with OSC Season 12 Championship. Now we're here with the Sparkling Tuna Cup. Tomorrow, we're going to be casting the Clem versus Zound show match. There's a best of 9 between the two of them, so do look forward to that. Best of 9 between Clem and Zound. That is going to be in 11 hours, in 11 hours time. And we also have the Wardy TV Monday Open Cup as well. Open Cup. I hope you're doing well, sort of. Hope you're enjoying Age of Empires as well. Maybe you're taking a bit of a break from StarCraft, or spreading your wings. Wish you the best. And so now we can focus on our game. And oh my god, Skillus! Stargate opener. Bold move here out of Skillus, going for the Stargate. Especially on a larger map. I mean, there's a bit of a give and take here. On the one hand, short rush distance by air. True. Short rush distance by air, so Stargate play can be effective. At the same time, though, if Beyond, if he's able to scout this early on, he can punish this, as you are vulnerable early on to early game aggression. Now, it can be more difficult to scout just because there's no Reaper Cliff into the main, so there's limited ways for the Terran player to scout. They have to focus here on getting into the natural first. And you can see the Adepts are in position. So Skillus, he's trying to keep an eye on any kind of move outs. Here comes Beyond with that double gas, going for reactored Reaper initially, or 3 Reaper into Hellion, moving out. Following this up with a 1-1-1. And we could go Banshee. We'll see if we go for the add-on swap into Banshee play, or if we keep the Tech Lab on the factory and go for a Cyclone drop, even a tank drop. Army dives in, Cyclone's on the way. First Adept will fall, and the Phoenix is revealed. He knows. And now Beyond is aware, gets into the mineral line, 3 probes go down. Solid damage. Getting into the main. Getting 3 workers. Oh, getting a 4th towards the end. And now that Beyond is aware of the opener, how's he respond? So far, Cyclone into Viking. Okay, very safe response, getting as much anti-air as possible. This is also why it's important that the dive was able to get 4 probe kills and get a full scout to let Beyond know he needs that Viking. Otherwise, it would have been a surprise. Would have been a surprise. And then say shade in. Phoenix, they go for the Cyclone. Not bad. Cyclone gets lifted. Cyclone gets locked down. Viking comes in for support. We get the mass repair. And the repairs are good enough. Oh my god, the Cyclone survives. Can we repair the Viking? We cannot. Viking still goes down. Decent trades here from the Phoenixes. Ooh, but one Phoenix does fall. And Beyond, he holds on. He does hold his own. Trading out 1 SCV, a couple of Marines, a Viking. And he's building up. Continuing Cyclone production. Continuing his Marines. Skillus attempting to maintain map control. And his goal here is to contain and to keep Bjorn at home. So far, good damage. Gets 2 SCVs. Gets 2 workers. Does pull away. Does pull back. Likewise, charge behind this, getting into his third base, getting into the expansion. Again, charge is a very common follow-up here to Phoenix's. Phoenix Colossus is a style that has kind of fallen by the wayside. Was very meta a couple of years ago, but nowadays, less so. Has fallen out of favor. As again, Terran players have just gotten better and better at punishing it and crushing it. Punishing Phoenix Openers specifically. As Scan does reveal the Forge, does reveal the gateways, is aware that Charge should be on the way. Beyond knows. Behind this, working towards +1, Stim, Combat Shields, building up his bio army, and just still stuck at her. So from here, it's all about skills being as greedy as possible. Just saturating that third base, building up his upgrades, setting up his production, more gateways on the way, and getting ready for the eventual move out, which is on the horizon here. Stim is just now finishing. Now Bjorn can move out. He has Stim, he has Medivacs, now it's time. Now Skillus is getting ready for a proxy gateway. This is to reinforce and to go for run-bys, to go for counterattacks. Skillus does spot the army. And so far unable to slow it down. Warping in more Zealots back at home. He does have those sentries, he has force fields ready. And he does need to force field the army. Does dive in. Picks up a Cyclone. Ooh, mine jumps on the sentry. Sentry goes down. And then he stims in. He stims in. Now there's 1 sentry left. Limited force fields. Skillus, he's in trouble here. Has to pull back. Likewise, Bjorn respects those Zealots. They do warp into reinforce. Bjorn waiting for reinforcements. Waiting for his bio. Does get spotted. And here we go, Skillus tries to commit. Once again, though, he's just being kited down. He just cannot engage head on, not like this. Does force field, does slow down the push. But it was only 1 sentry, and alas, he's zoned away from his own natural. Bjorn sims in, Zelda coming from behind. Oof, the mine shots are brutal, though. Yeah, some brutal mine shots. Sim City working against Skillus. Zelda get choked up. And the Bio Army, good positioning so far here by Bjorn. He's getting lifted. Is being cleaned up. He will lose everything. And Skillus will hold. Skillus, he will hold on. Just barely. It's not a clean trade, though. Leading out a lot of Zealots. But he will eventually overwhelm. Leads out 8 probes, but does hold. Does hold, does survive. We'll lose half the mineral line, though. That's 11 workers going down. Likewise, Skillus has no 4th. No 4th expansion. Speaking of, Bjorn now taking his 3rd. We have a game. We have a game. We have a back and forth. Bjorn was quite committed there. He was hoping, I'm sure, that he could end the game. Wasn't able to. Able to end it. 3rd base now being taken. And now Bjorn is going to be the defender. Now Skillus has gained map control. The turns have tabled. Oh, has to be careful though. Again, he's ready for that run by, ready for the counterattack. Likewise, Ghost production on the horizon. Armory as well for +2. That is a late armory for Bjorn, as he's stuck on 1-1 a little bit longer. Meanwhile, Bjorn gets distracted. Zelze busts into the mineral line. SCVs are going down. Only getting a handful though. Ooh, the Zelze get trapped. Yeah, they get choked up. It's going to be only 4 SCVs falling. Good defense here by Björn. Also trying to catch reinforcements, and just like the last game, a very Marauder heavy style, and again into those ghosts, making 3 ghosts at a time. So coming for the surround, catching out the army, boys are being pulled, and Björn, can he hold on? SimCity working with him here, and trying to choke up the army, and he trades. He does hold, but at a cost of 20 SCVs. Again, he had to pull the boys. Boys were pulled, 20 SCVs go down. And Skills, he mainly trades out Zealots. Remember, this is a very cheap army. Very cheap army. He maintains the Phoenixes, throws away Zealots. That was how many? That's 67. As we have lost a lot of Zealots this game, but mainly Zealots against Gas, against Marauders, against SCVs. Is it good enough though? The proxy gets found. Skillet's catching reinforcements. Not bad. EMP pops up. Catching out 2 Phoenixes. Oh, the ghosts. They do a lot of damage. That's crazy. The Phoenix gets shut down. And Björn takes the lead. Björn, what's crazy is that Björn, he lost 20 SCVs and his worker count was even with Skillis. And again, a big part of this late 4th. We mentioned it after the first attack, but the 4th base was never thrown down, and only now is on the way. So late 4th base for Skillis, he's falling behind economically. And because there was no 4th, I mean, it does almost signify that he was all in. The Skillis, he was all in. He was committed. Now we have Storm halfway done, but Skillis is not really ready for this kind of game state. He does need more time. And we have how many ghosts? We have 6. Sorry, we have 8. 8 ghosts. Storm is still not yet done. As Björn moves out, Skills going for a Zealot run by. Oh, Björn gets distracted. Does turn around. And Skills, he will finish Storm. Storm is finishing up. Zealots are dealt with. Skills, he will now be able to establish his 4th base as Björn is getting his. Again, Skill is still behind economically. It's been my biggest concern for the past like 5 minutes. Ah, no. And Skills, he's being outscaled. He's being outscaled here. He's heavily reliant on these storms. And if they don't connect, it's going to be a rough fight. Does move in. Mine shots get baited. Storm moving forward. Nice EMP. Catches 1-9 Templar. Oh, the storms. Throws him down. EMP did flank. And with that was the final storm. That was the final storm here for Skillis. Is being able. Oh my god, never mind. Oh, the storms are crazy. Oh my god. They will high Templar in the prison. There's some beautiful storms, but despite that, it's not enough. That's crazy. The storms were insane, but still not good enough. Björn breaks through. GG, and Björn takes a 2-0 lead. GG. Björn, he will take the lead. And again, Skillis winding it back. He was pretty all-in for most of that game. As a reminder, his 4th base was incredibly late, so he could not sustain himself into a longer game state. Despite getting into storms towards the end, he still did not have a large enough, a big enough economy and a large enough army to actually keep up with Björn. GG. GG well played. Basically, when Skillis, when he tried to break that 3rd base, when he killed 20 SCVs, his goal there was to kill Björn, and he had to. When he didn't, that was almost game then and there. Almost. With that, GG well played. And that takes us into our next game. Into game number 3. Here we go. Skills is playing in what is Tournament 2. Yes, Skills, he unfortunately does... I believe we're still in an okay position. Yeah. I believe Skills is playing after Spirit versus Shin, so I'm sure there's a little bit of pressure on him, but so far it looks like he has plenty of time. It looks okay. Thankfully. But that might be something weighing on his mind. That is true. Unfortunately. That that is something that can make a player anxious and can stress out a player as well, is if they have like a really tight schedule. But regardless, we're getting into our next game, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ley Lines, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Byeon. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Blue Protoss player, representing Team Liquid, down in the series 2-0. It is Skillous. Luckily, the person before him is Spirit. Don't worry, Spirit will make it a 3-hour series. Unironically true. You're like, mate, Skillous, aren't you playing in Warriors Tournament? Mate, Bjotter's playing. What do you mean? Mate, I got like 5 hours. What do you... Wait, we're good to go. Do you want to make the finals the best of 7? True, true. Plenty of time. Ah. Oh, no. As Byeon does open up with an eBay block, will disrupt the opener, the boys are being pulled, and Skillous will deal with said eBay. So thankfully, Skillous, he does spot this ahead of time. For those that are curious, if he didn't scout ahead of time, if he didn't send down the probe, if this base had gone anywhere close to completion, then Skillous will be forced to expand at the triangular third or the linear third location. So it would have been a really rough position, but thankfully, does force a cancel, and Skillous can expand. He can now take the Nexus. Back at home, Byeon pulling back, and can settle in as well. But he does delay the CC, so he does delay the Nexus at least, and does deny mining time, getting his own CC on the high ground. We go. I like to see a reverse sweep. Yeah, we could see one, 100%. I can definitely see. I mean, Skillous so far has been... There's a lot of pressure on him, of course. There's a lot of pressure. He's down 0-2. But I want to believe. I want to believe in Nikita. He can bring it back. Can bring it back here. As this time we open up Twilight Council. So more of a standard opener this time out of Nikita. As a reminder, last game he did open up Phoenixes. Did go for a Phoenix opener into charge. And went for basically a borderline 3-base all-in. Against Skillous, his 4th base was so heavily delayed last game, and it meant that as the game went further, he was being outscaled. He just could not keep up, could not sustain himself. That final fight, he was basically all-in. And we saw it just was not enough to break Byeon. There was potential with those storms, but... even then we had like the perfect storms at the end, and still just too much bio. From here, though, we're getting into Game 3. Byeon getting to his 1-1-1 follow-up. Setting up for a mine drop. Likewise, how many gates for Skillous? So far, he's on 2. So far, 2-gate blink. We'll see if he goes for extra gateways or if he goes for a faster 3rd base. On a map that's a little bit smaller, like Ley Lines, I expect a 3-gate opener, and there it is, 3rd gateway's on the way. We could go for a 4th gateway if Skillous wants to be hyper-aggressive, but so far, 3-gate is just a very safe way to play. Very safe. Gives you map control, allows you to contain your opponents, and get your 3rd base up and running. Ideally. As Byeon does move out. Here come those Widow Mines. Behind this, throwing down his 3rd racks, his 3-1-1 set, sorry, his 2nd racks even. Soon to be his 3rd. Boosting into that mineral line. Right now, Skillous, he's distracted, but he does react. Does react in time. Does pull away. So far, so good. But last Byeon, he will escape with both Widow Mines. Does get away. Does get away. He can always come back in. At least he is forcing supply to be kept back at home in the mineral line. So some decent damage so far here by Byeon. He also scouts the extra gateway. He is aware, and back at home should be setting up his SimCity. Okay, he's walling up with his racks, his factory, his tank is now up. Bunker is on the way. Byeon, he's turtling up. He's securing himself. As the first tank does siege. Behind this, Skillous expands. Remember, it is 3-gate blink into a 3rd. Does get behind the mineral line, gets a couple of SCVs. Up! And shouldn't lose anything here, but one Stalker does fall. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, late blink there from Skillus. Lose one Stalker for three SCVs. It's an okay trade. It's okay. Rotating over. Looking for another way in. Remember, the tank is in position. Bjorn's main base is secure. His stim is safe. As he does harass across the map. Oh my god, getting up to 5, getting up to 6 probes. Jesus. 6 workers go down. Can Skillus getting pulled apart a little bit here. Doesn't get much done across the map. Does bleed out a lot of workers. Likewise, the pressure is now on Skillus to get some kind of counter damage, but beyond, he spreads out his army. He's ready for this. Just very nice foresight here by Bjorn. Is in position, denies the drop. Forces back Skillus. Bjorn is all over this so far. Now again, Skillus, he's quite fond of going into a charge-based follow-up. He's got +1 on the way. This should be into charge, into a gateway explosion. Ooh, my apologies. Gateway explosion, yes, but going into Bay before Zealots. Okay, interesting. So this time is going into a more Colossus and a more robo-heavy style. More tech-heavy, that's it. More tech-heavy style instead. Reaper does zip in, getting another probe. Getting 3 probe kills already. Again, it's all adding up over time. It's 13 in total. 13 probe kills. And there's a window. There's a window in time where Skillus is vulnerable. What is that window? Pre-Colossus. The Bay is just not finishing. He has no Colossus. Here comes the move out. And we'll see if Bjorn is able to strike, as these are slow lots to defend. First Colossus on the way. Here comes Bjorn. Skillus ready for his own counterattack. Observer does spot the army. Oof. Bjorn does scan ahead of time. Oh no! The move command. A bit of a misrally. Yeah, a misrally there from Skillus. He does walk into the army. Here come the reinforcements. And Skillus, he is in trouble. Now, thankfully, he does have his first Colossus and he has force fields. Does have force fields. Bjorn has to be so careful moving in. There's the first. But he gets past the ramp. It does get past. Stims in. Thankfully, there is a shield battery. Missile goes up, catches out the main force, and the slow loss, they cannot engage. They're slow, baby. I mean, they catch out some of the bio. Oh my god, and the Colossus cannon will barely hold on. Whew. Okay. We hold. He's holding, baby. Charge. It's on the way. We're getting there. Bjorn pulls back. Skillus, he survives. But Bjorn is looking very comfortable. He's on a proper 3-base economy. Skillus, he needs a 4th. He needs a 4th expansion as quickly as possible. We're just now getting to a 2nd Colossus. Observer gets caught out. And Bjorn is taking up into his Ghost. Taking up into Ghost. And Bjorn momentum is on his side. Here comes that mind drop from the start of the game. Is cleaned up. But his goal here is to knock down the 4th. And if he can deny the 4th, he can contain and cripple Skillus. He's going for it. Army somewhat in position. Tanks through siege. Nice force fields. But he's going for the base, and the base is going to fall. There are just so many marauders. Yeah, the Nexus cannot survive. And Skillus from here is just contained. He's just contained and stuck on 3 bases. Cannot keep up. Bjorn stimming forward. Does catch some of these stalkers, efficient trades. There's 2 Colossus left. He can just stay in. He can go for the dive. He can and he will. Colossus falls one after the other. There's 1 Colossus left, and GG gets caught. Skillus is broken, and Bjorn will take the series 3-0, becoming this week's Sparkling Tuna Cup champion. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Bjorn, he will claim the win here. This time he avoids Ryung. Remember, last week Bjorn, he fell in the semis. He lost in the semifinals. He did fall to Ryung in a TVT. But alas, this time he was able to avoid that TVT matchup. Bjorn, he was able to pop up here in the grand finals as well. Skillus, again, making a couple of mistakes here and there. I'm sure it doesn't help that Skillus is scheduled to play like in an hour or so in a awardee tournament. So I'm sure Skillus was very anxious about the length of his game and about, you know, whether or not he would have time or not. So I'm sure that may have been a factor as well when it came to his play overall. But regardless, GG. Regardless, GG, well played. Congratulations here to Bjorn as he will claim the win. And shout out to Skillus for making it this far. Again, Skillus, it was not easy. He took down Ryung 2-0, had a really good showing against Ryung to make it to the finals. And alas, Skillus, he still made it to top 2. Still made it to top 2. GG. GG, well played. Oh, don't forget to join the Matcherino. As exclamation mark Matcherino, exclamation mark, oh, sorry, before I get ahead of myself. Exclamation mark Matcherino in the chat, as we do have a Matcherino page for this tournament. So for those that are curious, this event is funded via Matcherino, so you can help boost the prize pool if you wish. Unfortunately, we have no codes. There are no codes for the Matcherino page or anything like that, but you can help boost the prize pool with your own money if you wish. Otherwise, if you want to help support the Sparkling Tuna Cup as a whole, you can do so via Patreon. As you can see, our current goal underneath Skillus' name, we do currently earn 378 USD a month. All that money does go towards our tournaments, and our next goal is on the horizon. We are so close. Thank you so much to all of our patrons. Thank you so much to all of our patrons that do support us and that do help fund our events. It's thanks to you that we're able to support these players as much as we do. Thank you so much. And yeah, thank you for everyone that does support us there. Otherwise, GG, well played. Congratulations here to Bjorn. Again, it was an intense tournament. Shout out to all those that did compete. Again, there was, as that was our random raffle. Shout out to Art, true. Art did take it as well. But shout out to Bjorn, shout out to all the other competitors. Again, we did miss a couple of our regulars, but they were otherwise competing in another tournament. For those who do not know, Epic LAN is the big LAN event happening in the UK. Eba and Geralt are competing in that. So some of our regulars were otherwise busy with Epic LAN. And best of luck. Best of luck to Eba and Geralt as they're playing and competing in that UK tournament. So best of luck over there. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Thank you for watching. Thank you for tuning in. If you want to tune into more of the CranKy Ducklings, this is our weekly schedule. We have it here. We have it here for you here and now. We just wrapped up with the Sparkling Tuna Cup here on Sunday, and our next cast is going to be in around 11 hours. In 11 hours time, we do have a show match between Zaun and Clem. Best of 9 show match. Oh my god, it's gonna be amazing, it's gonna be beautiful. So do tune in for some more TVP action. Likewise, tomorrow in just under 24 hours, in 23 hours time, we're gonna be live with the Wardy TV Monday. That is Wardy TV Monday over on this channel as well. That is an open tournament hosted and funded by Wardy and by the community as well. And I do notice that we did have a replay redeemed. I did notice Tommy Gun did redeem a replay. If we have one available, we have some time. We can jump into a viewer replay cast. If not, we can always do it next time, depending on if Tommy Gun is with us. Este Tommy Gun. Okay, we're good. We are good. Meanwhile, shout out to, oh my god! Shout out to Hero to Zero Gab. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the Twitch Prime. Oh my god, for 2 months. For 2 months. Thank you. Thank you so much for the support. Again, all the money that we make here on the channel does go back towards our events, and it also helps us do this on a regular basis. So thank you so much for the Twitch Prime. If you want some replays, if you want replays from this event, for example, then of course you can gain them. You can achieve them here. You will gain replays through our Discord server. So if you're subscribed, you can join our Discord and you will gain access to a replay channel where we do post replay packs to our subscribers. So we got you covered there. Otherwise, thank you. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. Do appreciate it. What does Skrillex do wrong? You mean Skillus? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Aye. But if you're referring to the opener, if you recall, he did take a lot of economic damage. Remember, 13 pros went down in the lead up to that mid game. It can be sometimes easy to forget the early game, but did sustain a lot of economic damage. A lot of economic damage in the lead up to that mid game, so he had a really rough start getting into the mid game. Because of that, it did also delay his tech. If you remember, I'm pretty sure his lack of charge was not intentional. I'm pretty sure he did forget charge before Colossus, which is why he was stuck with slow lots. He was stuck with slow lots for so long, so I'm not sure if that was too intentional there from Skillus. And likewise, he was unable to get eyes on the rotation, pushing towards his 4th base. I mean, that was regardless, GG, well played. With that, it looks like we do have a replay redeemed, and we're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we will have a viewer replay cast. For those that are curious, there is a channel point redemption in our chats where you can actually have us cast one of your replays. So we will cast your replays if you wish. I think it's 10,000 channel points, so we got you covered if you want us to indulge in your games. No. Usually they're like animalistic in nature. They're all good. But yes, we're gonna be going on a short break, and when we come back, we'll have a cheeky viewer replay cast. See you soon. Otherwise, if you're only here for pro gameplay, then thank you for watching. We do appreciate it. Do check out our VODs. Do check out us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. Check out our YouTube for all the VOD action as well. Again, we have plenty of content on our channel, and we'll see you guys next time. Otherwise, we'll be back in 5 minutes with our replay cast. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, I hope you are ready for something a little bit different, something a little bit special. We just wrapped up with the Sparkling Tuna Cup. With the Sparkling Tuna Cup, congratulations once again to Björn for becoming this week's champion. Again, my condolences to Skillus as he does get top 2, but still, top 2 do get paid out, so congratulations. Well played to both players. Now we are here with something different, something special. You can see here just under our lovely cams, we have a Duckling viewer replay cast. Here we go. Tommy Gun in the chat did redeem a replay, and we are here to bring it to you here and now. I don't know what I'm going to step into. I don't know what we're about to step into, but I'm always anxious, Pappy. I'm stepping into a TVT, already concerning. Also, it's on Abyssal Reef, also concerning as well. A TVT on Abyssal Reef. All right. So I hope you're ready. I hope you guys have some snacks. Hope you have some water. Hope you're hydrated. And hope you're ready for an hour-long game. That's we're jumping in. We're jumping in, Pappy. Let's go. Let's go. As Matthew, we weren't able to indulge in tonight. Would we expect cheese? No, I don't expect cheese at all. I expect an hour-long game, but here we go. Spawning in the bottom right corner of Abyssal Reef, we have our red Terran player representing Team Platoon. It is Tommy Gun. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Terran player. It is, I think, a player that I recognize, Paul D. We have our TVT, and again, this is a replay that was redeemed by the chats, from the chat. If you're curious, if you would like us to cast one of your own replays, you can do so via a point redemption. It is 10,000 channel points to redeem a replay cast, but that's why you gamba, papi. That's why you gamba. That's how you get it. Or you can just watch, true, or you can watch. As we do see Tommy Gun moving out with one, moving out with a second SCV as well. Thank God. Moving out with the third, Jesus. He's not stopping. Let's go. 3 SCVs move out across map. Proxy 3x here out of Tommy Gun. Now, coming into this on Abyssal Reef, I expected a longer game. Abyssal Reef is a very large map and known for macro play, known for longer game states, very defendable natural, very defendable third base as well, and a defendable fourth. But Tommy Gun, he does deviate from that. Sets up with the Proxy 3x. Let's go. Let us go. Meanwhile, Paul D opening up double gas. So double gas opener should lead into a faster factory. So a bit of a safer start. A faster factory. What does that mean? That means faster Hellions. That means a delayed CC. Ooh. Reactor first. Interesting. Is going reactor first instead. And hopefully we go for a factory. 0 scouting, by the way, for Paul D. 0 SCV scouts. But if we delay the factory any longer, that means that... Okay, there we go. Factory's on the way. Factories on the way. Now the goal is for Paul D to buy time, to delay these Reapers, to buy time, enough time to make his Hellions. And if he can get those Hellions up and running, he can survive this. He can defend. But he needs those Hellions. And he will have to pull the boys. He will have to pull SCVs here to hold and to survive this. The problem, though, he's going for reactor marine production. He does not scout the Nashwood, does not check the third base. He doesn't check for a proxy. In TVT, it is not uncommon to scout, not scout across map, but just scout the proxy locations, just in case. We can see that Paul D is not doing so. He's building up his bio army, and that means he's gonna have very little time to react and to pull the boys. Going for a wait, oh god, 1-1-1 into Tech Lab. No shot, Tech Lab. He could be making a Hellion right now, and a Hellion is what he needs. But here we go, the Reapers have arrived. They shut down the production. There's no factory production whatsoever. Some boys are being pulled. So far the Marines, they hold their own. They shut down one of the Reapers. Okay, Cyclone. We need the Cyclone at least. Okay, we're going for the tank. It's gonna take a little bit longer. Tank is on the way. He's defending, holding on here with 3 Marines. We do see the Reapers, they do rotate around. And if Paul D can survive until his tank pops out, he can hold. Reapers that dive in. Couple of SCVs going to be going down. He gets 1, he gets 2. Gets up to 3 SCV kills. But remember, Paul D, he can afford to lose some workers, as his opponent's the one that's all in. And Tommy D, he transitions. Tommy Gun, sorry. He does transition, he throws down the factory, he believes he cannot end his opponent. Tank has arrived, and a massive tank shot goes off. Whew, Paul D defends. It wasn't the cleanest hold, but a hold nonetheless. We're okay. Whew, we're okay, baby. Now, what I'm most concerned by, no CC. This is a one base all in. Like, we have a 1-base 1-1-1 here, no command center whatsoever. Starport was delayed, massive tank shot goes off. Paul D will defend, he will survive. And at least Tommy Gun confirms no expansion. No CC in the low ground, no CC on the high ground. He confirms the 1-1-1. This should be into a medevac into a bush. He's an animal. I mean, they're both animals. You have Tommy Gun cheesing, and you have Paul D going for a 1-base all-in. Add-on swap? Not medevac. I assume this is going to be for a medevac drop across the map. Going for the reactor. Interesting. Still setting up 1 base. Yep, okay, we have reactor and medevacs on the way. This I'm less certain of. This will delay the push. This will delay the drop for Paul D. This is giving more time for Tommy Gun to set up back at home. Getting to his own cyclones. CC is on the way as well. Getting to a greater economy. It's a really awkward kind of game state. And we're getting another Rax. Like, Bappy, we can afford a CC. We could have even, if we didn't have the Rax on the way. We're just committing. Oh, we need some room though. There we go. As we are boosting across the map. Tommy Gun, he will barely catch a glimpse. Yeah, he will spot this. He will confirm. As he's massing on more Reapers. Drop moves out. Oh my god. The shark. Just calm down. Oh god. Get out of my face. Este shark. Every time on Abyssal Reef. He just wants attention. As Paul D does sneak out. Does head towards the main. Likewise, Mass Reaper outside of the main base as well. We could deny the CC, but last Tommy Gun he doesn't check. Doesn't check, doesn't confirm. Still making more Reapers. Getting into mech behind this with a second factory. And he's on patrol, but patrolling the wrong area. Does miss the medevacs. They will boost in. They will unload. And he's gonna siege up in time. Ooh, turret takes down the first medevac. Yeah, medevac goes down. Oh, and this it is! Oh my god. Yeah, massive splash damage here. The mineral line goes down. Oh my god, how many SCVs do fall? 20? Yeah, 20. 20 SCV goes down. Brutal damage here in the main. Tommy Gun down to 11 SCVs. Again, he saw the medevacs, but he was out of position. He was not where he needs to be. He did miss the drop. With that brutal damage, at the same time, Reapers, they bust into the main. They do force a cancel. I'm assuming cancel. That was a kill. Oh no, that was a kill, not a cancel on the CC. Oh my god. Paul, bring it together. Ay, ay, ay. So on the one hand, Paul does still have the better economy, but Tommy Gun has double mules and double SCV production. So with a second CC, Tommy Gun can recover. Take some time, but he can recover from this. Paul D, less so, stuck on base. Meanwhile, he will chase down these Raxes. Stim is on the way. Oh. As the CC is going to be hunted. Oh, sorry, the Rax is going to be hunted down. Doesn't matter as much because, again, Tommy Gun is playing mech. He is meching it up. He's meching it happen. Oh, catching out these medevacs. Miscontrol by Paul D. Oh no, he's gonna throw them away. They will not escape. All three of them go down. Ay, ay, ay. Terran players, look away. Look away, Pappy. Look away. Oh, we'll look at something else. Oh god. Look at the tuna. As that will slow down the blue Terran. Tommy Gun again, he's buying time. Remember what we said earlier with double CC, he's rebuilding a little bit faster. Back up to 22 SCVs. Paul G just now landing his own. And oh god, get out of the way. Is now getting his third. Third CC is in production. Large things in your face. God, oh no. Oh no. God damn it, Asher. Asher, he's always there, man. He's always there when you need him most. When when you have a large phallic object running into your face. Asher. He's there. He arrives. Ah, no. God. As the second max is going to burn down. That's Paul D still building up. More factories on the way. Embracing more mech. Let's go. Let's go. And from what began with a rush and what began with a proxy and a cheese, we're slowing things down. And I mentioned before that Abyssal Reef is known for this. Again, it's very defendable on 2, 3, 4 bases. We might turtle up and max out. We're not there yet. Paul D, of course, is pushing, so he might be able to break Tommy Gun before that happens. But the tank line is looking solid. Not much support for the tanks, though, is what I will say. Now, hopefully Paul D does not go up this ramp. This ramp is so narrow. It's so narrow. It's just such a choke point. This is not the place to push. Paul D, don't do it. Don't do it. I know he wants to. But there's like 4 tanks here in position. Okay. So far, first tank goes down. And hopefully Paul D isn't tempted. Going for a job instead. Nice control. Picks up a tank. June drop into that third. Turrets are done. But they will shut down the medic. Oh my god, the medics are going to fall one after the other. 2 pickups. Tank boy is going over the middle line, forcing friendly fire. But alas, the job is cleaned up. And Tommy Gun holds. Only losing 3 SCVs. Not bad. Only 3 SCVs go down. Cleans that army up pretty well. And Paul D does throw away a massive chunk of his supply, now getting his third base. Third base now on the way for Tommy Gun. And we're gonna be here for a while. It's gonna it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen, Pat. Tommy Gun, he scans, he does spot the third, is being taken. Paul D building up his army. And again, Tommy Gun building up his tanks. Going double armory into Blue Flame. Now the problem here is that Tommy Gun, he has no pushing power right now. Like I don't really see this army moving out anytime soon. So most likely he's going to turtle up back at home. Paul D likewise has been a little bit more aggressive, but after some of this failed aggression, most likely he would also be kind of a little bit more timid here, pull back, get a third base. He should be mass expanding. He should be taking a 4th CC, building up his own production, getting eBays. I just realized 0 eBays here for our blue Terran players, so we're lacking upgrades, throwing down more starports. Like, there's a lot that we can be building up towards, recognizing that we can't really break the defending player. And we're kind of getting there. We at least have a 4th CC in production. That will help. But I'm still concerned about the lack of upgrades and the lack of tech in general here. As there it is. Double eBay on the way, armory as well. Now Paul D recognizes that he is lacking those upgrades. So he's now working on them. Likewise, Tommy Gun back at home just still building up. Just slowly expanding, slowly spreading out more tanks. Slowly sieging up. I also have something to... Oh, it's the Night Phoenix. Oh, no. It's the Night Phoenix. Quack. This I do appreciate. We have Mass Starport on the way. This is to fight for map control, to fight for air control specifically. Mass Viking. Jesus, getting 4 starports at a time. Gonna have 5 in total. So Viking Lib should be the go-to here for Paul D to gain air control and to gain control of the ground as well. That should be the win condition for the blue Terran. Meanwhile, Tommy Gun, he's still trying to build up his forces. We should be seeing extra starports as well from our meching player. Yes, tanks are good, but Tank Viking is better, and he should be fighting for air control with more starports, also into Liberator, into eventually Mass Raven. So Tommy Gun, he's lacking here in that transition and in that support, which is concerning. Likewise, moving out with those Vikings, he may lose them. Has to be careful. Does scout the 4th. Sees the bio. Fusion Mass BC. Oh my god, he's crazy. I thought we were going into Mass Viking, but no, that's a fusion core on the way, and we're going into Mass BC production. We have Tech Lab set up here for Paul D. I'm ready. Let's go. Oh my god. Now, thankfully, Tommy Gun is making some Vikings, but I'm still concerned about the lack of second starport. Like the second, the third starport, we should be seeing that transition. There we go. We have one more starport on the way. If Tommy Gun had scanned the main, then he should be reacting with more starports, but that's only if he had scanned. But now, getting ready for a move out. Out. Looking to knock down those rocks, and let's see if he can shut down that planetary. Let's see if he can. Vikings overextend. That's 2 Vikings falling. Behind this, BCs are building up. But this is a timing before the BCs. Tommy Gun pushing forward. Tanks do siege. And the Hellbats are in position. The Marines, they melt. Oh my god, massive volleys go up. It's a massacre. The Bio Army does nothing. And we're edging our way closer towards that planetary. And the BCs, they're not ready. He needs more time. Poldy, he needs more time for those battle cruisers. Tanks are getting within range. Planetary's under fire. We could push forward with more. Planetary taking a lot of hits, a lot of damage. And it will fall. Yeah, the repairs are not good enough. And we're still massing out more BC. Now Paul D being very patient with his battle cruisers. He will lose the base. He will lose control of this position. And Tommy Gun still doesn't know what's going on. He's trying to gain ground. Moving towards the 3rd. It is edging ever closer. Tank sieging up. Oh. And when exactly are we going to reveal our hand? Because this is getting out of hand here. That's going to be one. That's going to be 2 bases falling. And at some point we have to reveal those BCs. And there they come. Don't think we need to teleport on top of the army, but regardless, BCs have arrived. They will clean up all these tanks. Tanks are going down, but this is still critical damage. This is still 2 bases falling and 2 mineral lines. Tanks are cleaned up. Tommy Gun back at home. Again, still stuck on 2 starports. Is hurting him. But what's surprising to me here is that we have so many BCs we're not using. We're still not using them. Paul D, he needs to counterattack here and now. The longer he waits, the more anti-air there's going to be. And here we go, teleport onto the 3rd. Turrets are ready. Only 3 BCs. They're getting caught out, and they're going to fall one after the other. Again, we needed everything together. And that's 3 BCs falling. 3 BCs back at home. Still have 1 more as well. And the power of BC is to hit critical mass, is to mass them up together and to throw 3 away. And suddenly Tommy Gun's in a good position. Suddenly Tommy Gun, he is ahead in economy. He's now up in army as well. He has plenty of Vikings, now building up his tanks. From here he can go Cyclone or Thor to help support. And Poldy just doesn't really have much going for him. It is double expanding, but the SCV count is in the gutter. And here come the Vikings. Vikings does move out. Does collapse in. Oof. Just kiting away those BCs. Now Marines can't punish this. But you can see here we're controlling the entire army at once. So the Marines, they move back with the BCs. And to be fair, the tanks, they have arrived, knocking down another base. Another planetary. CC's gonna fall. We have Thors to reinforce. rallying across the map. And we have some BC production. I mean, we're stuck at 3. So 3 BCs, couple of Vikings, couple of Marines. There just isn't really much left for Paul. Like, his win condition was to go mass BC, and he didn't quite get there. There's 1 battlecruiser left. It's being targeted down. The Bio Army doesn't really do much. The Thors are here. And it looks like Tommy Gun, he has broken through. He has broken through. Snowballing out of control from here. He can unsiege. He can move in. The Vikings are forced to land. They got to fall to the Hellbats. GG gets called, and Tommy Gun, he will overwhelm. He will overwhelm. He will take the game and take down Paul D. GG. Whew. GG, well played. A very intense game. Very intense game. Oh, we did have an early back and forth, early cheese, early proxy, which didn't quite do as much damage as we were hoping for. We saw a crazy counterattack, getting 20 SCV kills across the map. It was very back and forth. In the end, Tommy Gun was able to achieve a little bit too much when it came to his move out, when it came to his push. If you recall, Paul D was massing up BCs, but you could argue that it took him a little bit too long to show his hand. If you remember, he had like 3 or 4 BCs already, and he was still just chilling in his main while bases were falling left and right. And yeah, he kind of did react a little bit too late and did allow that main army to get too much damage done, which was just too critical, and he just ran out of economy over the course of the game. GG, well played, just ran out of steam with that. Tommy Gun takes it. Well played, Pappy, well played. GG, well played. Kept a cool, calm, and collected head despite the rough start and despite losing 20 SCVs. Well done, well done. I would still recommend, I mean, what I mentioned previously is that when you play mech, tanks and the ground army is good, but air support is better to get a faster second starport, a faster third starport, getting into Vikings, getting into your own BCs or your own Liberator transition to help support the ground army is ideal in TVT. Otherwise, something like BC could overwhelm. Like if Paul D's build was executed a little bit better, I should say if his reaction was better when it came to massing up his battle cruisers and dealing with the first tank push, I do give him the advantage, and that could have gotten out of hand. That is where your anti-air needs to be a little bit more robust, at least in that kind of game state. Regardless, GG well played. Congratulations. Whether it was going to be BC or whether it was going to be Viking Liberator, again, getting that second starport a little bit faster would have been a little bit more ideal, but regardless, did win. GG, well played. With that, congratulations. We have our first viewer replay done, but we have another on the way. Shout out to Night Phoenix, did just redeem a replay cast, and I'm curious to see if Night Phoenix is off racing. Night Phoenix, he's known to off race from time to time, known to play at times Terran or Protoss, so we'll see what game we're going to be diving into. Oh. As we have a second replay. Okay, main race. Let's go. It's going to be Night Phoenix versus Sunset. Oh, Sunset, I believe a Ukrainian Zerg player, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think I've casted Sunset before, but I have seen Sunset in Team League matches. I want to say Sunset may have been on Hokkaido T-Team before. Way too confident. It's all good. It's all good. Got there in the end. As we're now getting into our next match. We're getting to our next viewer replay cast. Here we go. Night Phoenix versus Sunset. And again, I don't think I've casted Sunset in years. It's been a very long time. Let's go. Spawning in the bottom hand corner of Abyssal Reef, we have the Ukrainian Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Astronaut Esports. It is Night Phoenix. I have to fix up that. Hold on. Fix up the team. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the purple Zerg player. The purple Zerg player, also I believe from the land of Ukraine, representing Team Little Fairy. It is Sunset. Just double checking to make sure I'm aware of what I'm talking about. Yeah. It's been a while, But I do remember Sunset competing in team leagues or team events. Has been a while. And we are going to be settling in. So far, hatch first. Standard opener, once again, Abyssal Reef. Hey, welcome one and all to Abyssal Reef for a second time. I'll be honest, nowadays we rarely cast Night Phoenix. Night Phoenix is not really one to compete in open cups nowadays. We do get to feature Night Phoenix during OSC King of the Hill, but not much more than that. So I'm ready, I'm excited. Let's go. Let us go. So far, hatch gas pool, standard opener out of Sunset. Night Phoenix going for a gate expand into Cybercore. So far, everything's looking normal. Night Phoenix being as annoying as possible. Tasing away the drone. I'll leave the drone alone, papi. Leave him alone. Oh, no. Oh, my God. It's getting quite low, actually. Jesus. Oh, no. Oh, get out of here. Oh, no. Uno más. Jesus. Drone does survive. Get out of here, probe. You're a man. Oh, he's coming back. He wants the drone. He wants it. Oh, thankfully, the drone is in the center of the mineral patch. The center of the mineral line. We'll be safe. Night Phoenix backs off. Ooh, okay. Night Phoenix does retreat. How this is building up. For those that are curious, both players are GM. Both players are, I mean, at least Night Phoenix is a pro. Sunset's getting there. Has been building up. More lower GM. As Night Phoenix is going for his opener of choice, going to be a Stargate. Stargate here back at home. Stargate opener into a third. Expansion is attempted. But Night Phoenix, he is here and he does pylon block. Ling's out of position. Ling's move out, which means they cannot deal with the pylon. Sunset might be forced to expand on low ground, and Night Phoenix also here to deny the expansion. Lings are flooding. Oh, are we going all in? Are we going all in? Sunset's cutting workers at 22. Does get eyes on the wall. More Lings are on the way. And we're Ling flooding. Yeah, Sunset does not expand. Oh, wants to though. Now going for the third. The drone is denied once again. Sunset is banking up almost 700 minerals. Oh no. He's supply blocked as well. Oh, we're falling apart. We're falling apart here. No expansion. Supply block. Ling flood has arrived. We're going for the pylon. The pylon is going to go down. Massive pickoff. Boys are being pulled. Sunset denies warp gate. Oh, for a moment. Gets repowered. Dives into the main. Getting economic damage. So far, 2, 3, 4 probe kills. Getting up to 5. Oof, getting up to 6. Nice, that's 7. Very nice damage. 7 workers go down. And Lings, they get even more here at the natural. So Sunset, yes, did get supply blocked and was denied a third base for a long time, but kills a pylon, 9 probes, and Sunset is back in this game. Okay. We have a back and forth. We have a back and forth. We have a game ready for us. We can settle in, and we can expand. Now, it is still a rough expansion. It's very exposed. It's here on the low ground. Much more difficult to maintain. Sunset massing on more Lings. Again, the build is disrupted just because the third base is so late. We're going for the Evo Chamber first. This looks like +1 melee. We'll keep an eye on Sunset to see if he does skip his Roach Warren. We shall see. Oh. As the Oracle does catch a couple of transferring workers. That's 2 drones going down. He's going to be zoned away. Zone away, camping the third. Phoenix Nolan in Platoon. Yeah, I did mention that it's on Astronaut Esports. Astronaut Esports. Did mention. This Phoenix is moving out. Threatening the third. Does catch a tumor. As we mentioned, it's going to be +1 melee here, so there should be Ling Hydra from Sunset. Building up towards the lair, towards Hydras. You can see how awkward it can be to defend from the Zerg player, forced to take that center base. Now rotating over, going for the fourth base, taking a lot of hits. Is it going to be denied? Looks like it will be. It's going to be cancelled. Fourth base lost full. Sunset trying to keep up with the Adepts. Still droning, still saturating. He's going for the stasis. Up! Oh, will connect. No reaction. Yeah, brutal damage here. Stasis pops up. Night Phoenix pulls away. And Sunset is going for the Baneling-esque. Interesting. So, going Banelings initially to be safe before Hydras. Catches out the Adepts. Not bad. Adepts are going down. Lair is almost done. Technically, this can also lead into Spire play, into Mutas, but that's a little bit more risky and a little bit more greedy. Off of Ling Bane, we expect Hydras. Well, we'll keep an eye on Sunset. The other option this could be... Okay, so we're taking gases, and there it is. Hydra is on the way. The other option would have been to have gone for an Infestation Bit into Ling Bane Ultra. Also not unheard of, but we see it is going to be Hydras. So Ling Hydra here from Sunset. So far as zoning away Night Phoenix. Oracles, they threaten another dive. Taking a lot of hits. Taking a lot of damage. As Lings do counterattack. So far the wall is solid. And we have our splash damage of choice. Not Colossus going into Storm. So Temple Archives into Storm from Night Phoenix. Settling into his third. We should soon be seeing a fourth from the Protoss. Likewise, fourth base is delayed from Sunset. And here comes that expansion. Night Phoenix maintaining his economy. And Sunset does have to double expand. Getting a fifth base, droning up the fourth. We are getting into our game. What's important here is that, yes, these Stalkers are moving out, but Sunset's under no danger of dying, so he can safely tech up into Hydras, saturate his base. Lings, they try to trigger the stasis. Ooh, then the stasis goes up. And Lings, they will shut this down. Nice catch. From here, Sunset should be droning, but is actually making more Lings. Cutting workers early. He's cutting workers early on. Sunset being very aggressive here, pushing out. Baneling's morphing in. And we're basically going for a 3-base all-in. Cutting workers at 69. Nice. 69 workers, that is 3-base saturation. Massing up Ling Bane. And it's all or nothing for Sunset. Night Phoenix, can he hold on? Sunset does throw down its Infestation Bit. True. Does throw one down. Bane's rolling in the stasis. Oh my god. Stasis goes up. And Night Phoenix is holding. Should be able to hold on here. Bailey's once again, they get denied. High Templar pull away. Storm is almost done. The High Templar, they survive. Just barely. Storm is now complete. Don't want to waste it though. Holding onto one Storm. Storm goes off, shuts down the Lings. But the base falls. The expansion does go down. Force morph in the Archon. Ling Hydra trying to break through. They do focus on the Archon at least. Just barely. And Sunset, can he overwhelm? It's getting close. Getting very close here. Rallying more Lings across the map. Bailey doesn't keep pushing. Ooh, no Hydra speed. No Hydra speed. Hive has begun. Low drone count for Sunset. But killing the fourth base might have been enough. What's important here is that Night Phoenix is on 78 workers, but is oversaturated. Heavily oversaturated. Night Phoenix needs that fourth. Until then, Sunset has map control and can start taking into lurkers. I would love to see a lurker 10. It's not done yet, or not on the way yet. Lings, they collapse in. They're going for that Templar. Nice trades against the Stalkers. Bailing's rolling in as well. And the base is going to fall. Night Phoenix is in trouble. They got a lot of units. More Bailey's rolling in. Night Phoenix going for the Fleet Beacon. Trying to rush towards Sky Toss. Still a very tense game. As Sunset, my one critique here is that Lurker Den is late. It's a late Lurker Den. So upgrades are going to be delayed, but the fourth base goes down once again. That's all Sunset needs. Deny the fourth over and over again. Contain Night Phoenix. And never allow Night Phoenix to expand. That's the goal. That's the win condition. Pulls away. Again, Lurker Den isn't done. We should be seeing Lurker upgrades, but they're late. They're delayed. Sunset running up to 82. Solid economy. Could do with more gases. Right now he's only on 4. Oh, sorry, 6. 6 gases. Sunset burning through that bank. Going for more Bailings. Getting ready for another push. Meanwhile, Night Phoenix working towards the mothership. Mothership is on the way. Sunset catching out some Lings. Or catching out some Zelts even. Moving forward. Once again, the goal here is to deny the expansion. Bailings, they try to catch some of the High Templar. They force another Archon. The base goes down. Once again, successful attack here from Sunset. Overextending a little bit. Does overextend. Pulls away. There are those Lurker upgrades. And for the next assault, we should be seeing Lurkers. Now moving forward once again, catching at 9 more probes. Mothership is revealed. No detection. From here, Sunset has to retreat. Has to pull away. Oh. Night Phoenix does catch a couple of Hydras. Trades well here against the army. There's a slow zone, another storm. Still no detection. Sunset pulls away. We need those Lurkers. Skytoss on the horizon, but Skytoss isn't ready yet. It's just the mothership. Just the one mothership. Ooh, and we spoke earlier about the lack of gases. Yeah, just now getting up to 8 gases. As Sunset is out of a gas bank. Cannot afford Lurkers. So Sunset has a bit of a subpar army. Here's a little bit subpar. Going for Nidus. Stuck on mainly Ling Hydra. Trying to morph in more Lurkers. But he just can't afford it. We have no gas. Just now prioritizing all the gases. This is giving Night Phoenix time to build up. Carriers are amassing. So again, the aggression was good from Sunset, but the transition was lacking. The gases, the tech, the Lurker Den was all delayed. And now Night Phoenix on a 4-base economy is looking solid. Nidus into the main. Night Phoenix doesn't notice, doesn't react. Oh, there he does warp in. Warps into the main base. Nidus is going to be cleaned up. We see Sunset pushing through the center. Oh my god, we'll take a storm to the face. A lot of storms. Oh my god, the storms. They shut down the Hydras. Hydras, they melt. Nidus storm goes down. Lings are cleaned up, and Night Phoenix gets a full surround as well. They will shut this down. We'll lose 2 Archons. But just the Archons. Lurkers, they do somewhat pop up in the main. They deny some mining. They take down some tech. No detection. It's a nice distraction, but an expensive one. There aren't many Lurkers to begin with. And now we have Skytoss. Skytoss has arrived. It's going to be a one-way trip. At the same time, Lings, they hit the 4th. He's trying to keep up. Oh, as Lings, they are going to be thrown away. Get some workers, but just 6. 6 probes going down, and Night Phoenix, he survives. He defends against the aggression. He's building up. He's up to 4 carrier. And with a couple of storms, Night Phoenix can soon move out. Until then, Sunset is thankfully at least building up some anti-air. Corruptors are on the way. These are going to be 0-0 Corruptors. The upgrades are also lacking for the anti-air. So in general here, whether it was the Lurker tech or now the Corruptor tech, it is somewhat lacking when it comes to the upgrades. Wasn't quite ready for it. Here comes the move out. We have how many High Templar? 5. 5 High Templar. Going to be at least 5 storms. Zealots, they peel off into the expansion. Oh. Lurker shots going off. They catch 1 High Templar. 1 Templar goes down. Lings, they attempt to run by. Run by fails. And the expansion is going to fall. So it's a 14 drone kills. Nidus into the main is popping up though. Okay. Oh, the storms! Oh my god. Storms, they catch out the Corruptors, they get very low. But Lurkers, they depower the production. No more Sky Toss. Likewise, Lurkers here at the natural as well. They shut down the Fleet Beacon. Fleet Beacon does fall. It is going to be expensive though. Catching out all the Lurkers. Down to 1 Lurker in the natural. And Night Phoenix does defend. And he still maintains that Sky Toss. Bearing in mind, not a single carrier has gone down this game. Not yet. Night Phoenix building up. Sunset trying to regroup. If it wasn't for the storms, I could favor Sunset diving in the army, but... And with 4 High Templar, it's difficult. Goes for a counterattack. Night Phoenix out of position. Is out of position. Lurkers are breaking down that wall. Corruptors dive in. They get 1 carrier. They get 1. They get 2. They try to at least. Oh, no detection. Yeah, Corruptors, they struggle. Carrier survives. And Lurkers, they're left on their own. They're trying to waddle in. Lings, they're getting damage. Getting damage done. Yo, Cloak lasts so long. It's crazy. Just now running out. Just now runs out. Cleans up all the Lings. Depowers and denies the upgrades. It is going to be a one-way trip for these Lurkers. The main army is still terrifying. After all that aggression, only 1 carrier went down. Oh. Need a revelation, though. We need the revelation. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Where's the revelation? We have the energy. Corruptors, they go for the dive. They take more storms to the face. 1 more carrier goes down to 2. Took how many? It took 16 Corruptors to kill 2 carriers. Aye, aye, aye. Night Phoenix has just been so efficient. Just punishing the Corruptors time and time again. Still holding on. Still holding on, building up more Archons, more High Templar. Carrier production back underway. The Lings, they are shut down. Nice cloak. No Overseer. Night Phoenix, he is recovering. And Sunset has yet to really drone up. I mean, has no expansion. Needs a base. Sunset does need to double expand even. There we go. Nexus, oh sorry, Hatchery on the way. Double expanding even. And this entire time, Night Phoenix on 4 bases can sustain himself. Now getting a 5th. 5th base on the way. Economy is going to be booming. So the armies do back up. Sunset now incorporating a couple of Vipers, a couple of Spellcasters. Vipers have amassed. Setting up for Nidus run to the main. Eagles then making their way in. Getting behind the bases. Likewise, yep, Night Phoenix does notice. Does respond. Both players licking their wounds. But Night Phoenix has a greater economy. Like, again, this is just a faster 5th base for Night Phoenix. The double expand here is still getting saturated, still not really paying off. Feedback on the Viper. Night Phoenix moving out and has a terrifying army. That's going to be 7 Archons, 5 High Templar, 4 Carriers. There are 13 Lurkers, but they need to be in position. Pressure is on Sunset. Does find an expansion. Massive pickup. Thankfully, saturation was at the top side, not towards the south. Nice across the map. Does force a recall. It's going to be 1 Lurker falling, 2 Lurkers even. Wings they try to poke in, but so far, Night Phoenix all over this. And behind this, Night Phoenix clearing up all the creep, denying all the Nidus Worms. Observers around. Just, oh no! Has to respect the Archons. Needs to respect them. Cannot push in. As there are 5 Archons on the ground. Corruptors, they cannot engage. Did I say 5 Archons? Mate, there are 9 Archons in total. Jesus. It's a recall. Recall to the mothership. Main army gets reinforced. Both recalls on cooldown. There's your first abduction. Gets 1 carrier. A couple of High Templar did get sniped. There's 2 High Templar left. They're both very low. Both in the main army. Oh, another High Templar falls. Down to 1. 1 High Templar, 1 Storm. Some rough losses there for Night Phoenix. Let's push in. We're actually going towards the kill, towards the natural. He's going for the throat. He's going to force a response here out of Sunset. Sunset cannot afford to lose all this tech. But at the same time, how can he engage into all these Archons? He's going to have to. Going for a counterattack. Carriers are at home to defend. Corruptors are amassing. And the Hive is going to fall. And this choke point is now working against Sunset. The Lurkers can't push in. Gets seduction. Gets 1. Yoinks one of the carriers. Looking for another yoink. Oh, that's Revelation. Does catch the army. Force moves in. Catching out the Lurkers. And 3 Lurkers going down. While the ship peels off in towards the main. Bases are falling. And Night Phoenix is maxed out. Jeez, yeah, Night Phoenix does maxed out. Takes out all the bases. GG gets called. We don't even get the final fight as Sunset cannot engage. And Night Phoenix takes the game. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, just going right through the center, right down mid, going for the natural, going for the main. I mean, that's game then and there. Just crippling all the tech and making sure that we cannot reinforce. And GG, a very chaotic game. Very chaotic game. There were moments with both players. Honestly, it was a much stronger start from Sunset. Sunset had a very strong start to the game. But if you remember, Sunset did have a late lurker den, had a later hive, had late gases as well. So even though Sunset did deny the 4th base like 3 different times and did cripple the economy, it was really good damage, the follow-up wasn't there. The follow-up was not there, and because of that, it allowed Night Phoenix to survive, to stabilize, more importantly, to stabilize on 4 bases. Lurker transition was heavily delayed, and with that, Night Phoenix was able to stabilize onto Skytos. After that, it was still very shaky. We saw like Nidus roams and counterattacks and Lurker run-bys and Ling run-bys. There was still a lot of chaos that was ensuing, but again, we weren't quite able to capitalize on that early lead. That lead kind of fell by the wayside. GG. GG, well played. Night Phoenix does take it. Well played. Whew. Poor Sunset. It was so close. He played well. I'm really impressed. I'm really impressed with Sunset. Did play the first half of the game really well, but it all slipped through his fingers. Slipped through Sunset's fingers. GG. GG. Shout out to, of course, Night Phoenix and to Tommy Gunn as well for the submitted replays. Thank you so much. Again, if you want your own replay casted, then you can submit them via Discord if you do redeem a replay through our Twitch channel. Otherwise, thank you for watching. We are going to be wrapping up here for the evening. Again, it was a bit of a longer broadcast, but we're going to be back in a couple of hours. We're going to be back in 10 hours time with Clem versus Zhao. We have a best of 9 show match between Clem and Zhao that is going to be in, again, 10 hours, so make sure you tune in for that. Otherwise, in under 24 hours, we're going to be live with the Wardy TV Monday. The robot was super late. But yes, our next class is going to be at 9 p.m. KST. That's going to be the Wardy TV Monday. Otherwise, at 10 a.m. KST, at 9 a.m. KST, we're going to be live with our show match. So, again, we have plenty more content throughout the course of the week. Hope you tune in. Hope you're there for it. We have plenty of content on the channel. We have the quantity, and we have some of the quality as well. As we are live more than any other channel out there, we do more casting than anyone else. Or the casting, or the StarCraft. I am looking forward to March, though. I believe March should slow down a little bit. I say that. I know that the Stars Zagora qualifiers are in March, so we're probably going to be covering that as well. But at least until then, you know, we have some time to rest and recover and recuperate. I look forward to it. Do look forward to it. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. We do appreciate it. Stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. We'll find someone to send everyone over to. Single-handedly. Not quite single-handedly. You know, there's a lot of other people out there, whether it's your Wardies, whether it's your Chicken Man, Dave Testa, Steadfast, Rotterdam, the community together. We keep it alive, papi. We keep it alive. Together, papi. Together. We all play our role. We all have our place. We all do our part, I should say. We all do our part. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Otherwise, thank you for watching. We're going to be heading off here for the time being. And who do we raid? I know that Wardy's casting, but Wardy has plenty of viewers. We typically try to raid smaller streamers. I see Railgun, true. I think MinoVK is playing in a 2v2 tournament. Yo, SC2 versus Brood War 2v2. Let's go. Oh, there's a 3D Clan 2v2 SC Evo Cup. Oh, and GG Machine's playing with Nikic. Okay. GG Machine with Nikic, Bratok with MinoVK. Do I hear another event for us to cast? Oh, maybe. Always fun of StarCraft Evolution. So I'm tempted to raid Mindor. Very tempted. Otherwise, Railgun. We'll find someone. Otherwise, thanks for watching. We'll see you guys tomorrow for some more casting. Otherwise, thank you so much for tuning in. Hope you had a great time. And we'll see you next time. Until then, hasta luego. Ciao. Papi, ciao. See you next time.